Welcome back, brothers, to Hammerlore. Tonight we're diving into the War of the Webway. Before we get into the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for support. I've been killing it like always. Now, let's get into the madness.
Magnus reached for terror as a drowning giant reaches for the light above black water. He came in spirit, flensed free of meat and blood by arts his father had forbidden, carrying in his burning mind the image of Horus Lupercal bent beneath the poison of the warp. He had seen the rot in the War Master's soul. He had seen the knife in the dark laid across the throat of the Imperium. He had seen the future draw its first true breath, and it had stunk of pyres, old blood, and the laughter of things that had no right to laugh. There could be no delay. There could be no appeal to lesser voices. His father must be warned. The master of mankind must be made to listen. The immaterium opened to him like a wound opening under pressure. Its tides licked at the edges of his consciousness. Faces grew and burst in the currents around him, mouths full of prayer and mockery alike. Things larger than cities rolled in the deep of that unreal ocean, turning their vast attention toward the crimson soul that dared cut a path through their domain. Magnus did not slow. His will was a spear of impossible force. He carved a road of sorcery through madness, scattering predatory spirits like ash before a furnace blast. He was Magnus the Red. He was the Cyclops of Prospero. He was the son who had always known more than he was permitted to know. And still, as terror drew near, the first edge of unease touched him. The throne world blazed in the distance of the great ocean, not as a planet, but as a species wound around a sun of law and command. The Emperor's soul light burned brighter than any star. Around that impossible brilliance, there hung another work, hidden, intricate, delicate, beyond any art Magnus had believed his father would entrust to flesh or machine. He saw walls that were not walls. He saw a lattice of wards and seals wrought through dimensions mortal geometry could not contain. He saw sigils nested within sigils, a psychic architecture of such terrible refinement that even in the instant of discovery, his pride faltered. This was not a barrier built to keep out intruders alone. This was a veil drawn over a miracle. Too late. By then, his warning had become momentum. The force of his passage could no longer be recalled. He struck the hidden lattice with all the concentrated power of desperation, love, fear, and unforgivable arrogance. The impact was not sound, yet the palace heard it. Across the buried reaches of the imperial dungeon, beneath foundations laid in forgotten ages and strengthened by the labor of empires, every warding rune flashed white. Sigils burst like overripe organs. Crystal matrices blackened and came apart in molten rain. Vast, psychically tuned engines, devices no unaugmented human mind could have named, screamed as their sanctified harmonies tore themselves to pieces. The backlash rippled through vaults of adamant and auramite, through chambers lined in circuitry and prayer script, through hidden arteries where the Emperor's greatest secret had been fed by blood, knowledge, and 10,000 years of preparation. Tech adepts died first. One Magos standing over a pulsing hollow schematic was reduced to a red mist as the surge hit his cranial augmetics and cooked the fluid in his skull. Another split open from brow to groin, his mechadendrites whipping as his organs slithered out in steaming ropes. Rows of lesser adepts convulsed at their stations. Eyes burst, teeth cracked free of gums. White fire poured from mouths opened wide enough to tear their own cheeks. Some lived for a handful of breaths after that, skin bubbling, fingers clawing at their consoles, while the machine spirits they served vented plasma and screamed binharic agony into the dark. Servitors tore free from moorings as restraint locks failed. Their butcher tools activated in spasming bursts. Circular saws whined into life. Arc welders vomited sparks. One gun servitor, half shackled to a pillar of black iron, turned its heavy bolter upon the cohort that had maintained it and cut them down in a sheet of detonating flesh. Men and vat-grown thralls came apart in sprays of bone splinters and wet gobbets that pasted the walls. Blood sheeted across consecrated floors. Brains steamed where they struck hot brass decking. The air thickened at once with copper stink, scorched insulation, and the incense of overloaded shrines. In chambers no citizen of Terra knew existed, alarms began to toll. Not the public sirens of a threatened capital, nor the disciplined klaxons of orbital defense, but the buried warning bells of the dungeon, brazen-throated and old as unforgiven sin. Red lumen strips ignited along sealed corridors. Blast doors rumbled. Vox relays came alive in storms of static. Custodian watch stations that had stood in ritual silence for years broke into sudden, absolute motion. Constantine Valdor was already moving before the first full report reached him. He strode from his command sanctum at the head of his companions, gold-clad giants under the bloodwash of emergency lumens, guardian spears in their fists and cloaks snapping behind them. He did not ask what had happened. The shape of the shock had told him enough. The palace did not shudder like this from sabotage, nor from reactor strain, nor from assault by any conventional foe. This was a violation at the level of principle. Something had gone wrong in the realm of secrets, where only the Emperor and a handful of souls were permitted sight. His vox beads snarled with overlapping voices, a tribune reporting catastrophic ward failure, a mechanicum overseer gibbering about impossible readings, a custodian outpost calling for sanction to seal an entire transit spine, with defenders still inside. "Lock all ingress to the lower sancta," Valdor said. His voice was iron dragged across stone. "No signal leaves the dungeon without my leave. No body leaves it at all. Any labor cohort moving without authorization is to be put down. A shield." Captain answered at once. "By your will, Lord." Malcador the Sigillite waited in the threshold of a vault, whose silver doors had buckled inward under forces no blast should have produced. The old man looked smaller than the custodians around him, frailer, draped in grey and bearing only a staff, and the authority of one who had stood beside the Emperor since before most nations now living had learned to shape metal. Yet there was no weakness in the way he looked into the chamber beyond. Valdor joined him. For a heartbeat, neither spoke. The chamber had once been geometrically exact. Now it had become a blasphemy. The floor was split by a line of radiance too bright to gaze at directly, a crack in space itself, narrow at one end and widening toward the far wall, where reality had frayed into streaming strands of impossible color. Hands emerged from the light, not attached to bodies, clutching and clawing. Faces swelled and faded in the split, shrieking through mouths lined with too many teeth. A tongue the size of a man lashed outward, slapping wetly against the stones before being dragged back into unreality. The smell coming from it was not of one place. It was battlefield smoke, opened intestines, lover's perfume gone rotten, corpse pits in summer, the static sting before lightning, and the wet fur stink of an animal's den. Malcador's eyes narrowed. "Not a breach in a wall," he said, and his voice was very quiet. "A wound." Valdor looked at him. "Into what?" The Sigillite's answer came without hesitation. "Into the one realm we were to leave behind forever." Another pulse rippled through the fracture. Something on the other side rammed itself against the thinning veil. The silver wall around the split bowed outward. Sigils etched into it blackened one by one. A custodian nearby took a step forward as an actinic tendril of energy lashed from the wound and struck him across the chest. Auramite flashed red hot. The giant did not cry out, but the beam bored through breastplate, fused rib to lung, and hurled him backward. When he struck the wall, strings of cooked meat hung from the cavity in his torso. He slid down in a hiss of roasted blood. "Shields," Valdor ordered. Guardian spears came up as one. Sentinel blades cleared their scabbards. The custodians formed a wall before the sigillite, while the first of the intrusions began to force themselves through. They did not come in ranks. There was no army yet, no banners, no organized assault, only the first blind hunger of a realm scenting open flesh. A claw the size of a power fist hooked over the lip of the fracture, its skin changing color with every beat of the room's failing lights. A horned head shoved through behind it, skinless and slick, eyes burning like forge coals. It opened its maw and vomited a stream of black filth filled with human teeth. Smaller things followed, animal quick and wrong in their proportions, all ribs and mouths and twitching limbs, scrabbling over each other in their need to enter the world of iron and blood. The custodians met them in silence, broken only by impact. A guardian spear punched through the first creature's skull and detonated the back of it in a rain of burning matter. Another beast leapt high, hit a golden shield, and was cut in half from throat to pelvis. Its organs spilled out in a coil of purple and red, slapping wet across the floor before melting into hissing slime. A third reached a custodian's knee, sank fangs through layered plate, and was stamped into paste hard enough to splatter the vaulted ceiling with grey brain matter. Malcador did not look away. "He knows," he said. At that same instant, far above and deeper below, the Emperor rose from work no other being in human history could have performed. He had been at the heart of the hidden labor, mind and will bound to the great design beneath the palace, seeing along roads mankind had never been meant to walk, unaided. The moment Magnus struck the lattice, the truth became total. He knew the sun. He knew the method. He knew the scale of the disaster. The warning itself was almost beneath notice, beside the ruin it had caused. Horus's rebellion was grave. This was extinction. He crossed halls lined with watchers who fell to their knees and did not dare ask what terror had entered his gaze. Servitors spasmed as he passed, their machine spirits keening in overloaded reverence. The walls of the inner sanctum shone gold in the fire of his presence. Beside him hurried chosen attendants, and behind him came the weight of command that made demigods seem like lesser creatures from a more merciful age. None tried to speak. There was no counsel left to give. He entered the throne chamber, and the golden throne waited. It was never merely a seat. It was a labyrinth of force, a mountain of technology welded to the oldest rites and the sharpest futures, the anchor point of a dream that had reached beyond the species that built it. Cables thick as warship hawsers hung like the entrails of a giant. Psi conduits glowed beneath rune-etched casings. Choir arrays pulsed behind adamant screens. Thousands of systems cried for correction, for mastery, for a will vast enough to seize the braking machine and command it back from collapse. The Emperor mounted the dais. For the first time in that age, urgency touched him like a visible thing. When he sat, all of terror felt it. The throne world quivered from roots to spires. Hive towers shuddered. Temple bells rang without hands to move them. In the dust, warrens and processional avenues of the greatest world of man, untold billions paused and looked upward or downward or nowhere at all, each according to his ignorance. Some crossed themselves in the sign of the Aquila. Some muttered prayers from old unification cults, not yet entirely stamped out. Some believed the tremor a bad omen from the void war gathering beyond the system. None knew that beneath their feet the future had just been butchered in the cradle. The Emperor's hands closed on the throne's armatures. Power struck him. It would have atomized any other being. He took it into himself and gave it form. Across the dungeon, failing wards blazed again for a precious instant under the lash of his will. Shattered circuits relit, sigils mended long enough to hold breath in broken lungs. The widening wound beneath the palace convulsed, as if some cosmic beast had felt a blade thrust into its opened eye. Yet the wound remained, Valdor felt the change like sunrise breaking through storm cloud. The demonic things clawing into the vault recoiled, shrieking, their flesh smoked. One burst apart in a wash of greasy ash as the master of mankind's presence settled over the lower sancta like the weight of a mountain descending. But even in that first flare of resistance, the Captain General understood the price. The Emperor had not merely answered, he had committed. Himself. Another report came over the Vox. Then another. Breaches blooming along subsidiary passages. Vault personnel slaughtered. Transit arteries contaminated. A locked gate in the underworks swelling like flesh as something on the far side tried to be borne through metal. Valdor turned from the blood-slick floor and the crawling ruin at the breach. Total silence, he ordered. The palace does not speak of this. The Senatorum does not hear of this. The armies above do not hear of this. If panic spreads across Terra now, Horus need not fire a shot. A tribune saluted, fist to breastplate. It shall be done. Seal every mouth that cannot be trusted. The man did not ask whether that order included death. He was Custodes. Malcador looked once toward the roof of the world above them, as though by doing so he could see through stone, through miles of armored crust, through continents of labor and ceremony, to the terrified species that would never know how close. It had come to immediate annihilation. Then it begins in darkness, he murmured. Valdor gave a single nod, as many wars do. Deep below, the first defenders advanced into corridors washed in blood and white fire, into passages where tech adepts lay in pieces and servitors still twitched amid drifts of shattered bronze. More creatures were coming now, drawn by the tear, not yet armies, but the foul promise of armies. Claws scraped on sanctified metal, faces pressed through cracks that should not have existed. Wet laughter echoed in ducts and shafts cut by human hands for purposes no longer pure. Above them all, enthroned in gold and torment, the Emperor held shut, with his own immortal strength, a gate that was already screaming open. And beneath his feet, unseen by terror, unheard by the billions who prayed to a future already dying, the first hidden war of the heresy began. Ra Endymion crossed the threshold beneath the imperial palace and entered a realm no human empire had built, no human scripture had described with honesty, and no human eye had ever been meant to claim. The red gate behind him still roared with the pain of its own violation. Its broken wards spat white sparks across black stone. Auramite greaves rang on the threshold as the first kill team of the Legio Custodes moved through in absolute order, guardian spears held at the ready, misericordias sheathed beneath their robes, plumes stirred by a wind that did not belong to any natural atmosphere. Ra took the first steps and saw that the place beyond was not a tunnel, not a chamber, not even a single world of enclosed dimensions. It was an empire of roads. It stretched away in every direction, beneath a sky that might have been a vaulted roof or the interior of some dead star. Black bridges arched over fathomless gulfs. Crystal towers rose in clusters, leaning at angles that mocked gravity. Causeways of glassy obsidian ran toward horizons that refused all human measure, seeming near enough to touch one moment and immeasurably distant the next. It was beautiful in the way a blade fresh from the forge was beautiful, too perfect for mortal ownership, too pure in its lines, too complete in its impossible intent, and it had already been ruined. The first corpses lay close to the breach, where the Emperor's hidden laborers and the first defenders had met the earliest overflow of the warp. Ancient floors of pale wraithbone like polished ivory were buried beneath ribbons of human meat. A tech adept had struck the surface face first, with such force that his skull had burst like a dropped fruit, leaving strands of brain matter and teeth pasted in a fan across the luminous white. A servitor hung half inside a wall of crystal, its lower body protruding into real space, while the upper half had fused with the architecture, cables and intestines twined together in a red-black knot. A custodian in gold plate knelt dead beside a shattered balustrade, head gone, spine showing, through the ruin of his gorget in a wet white crescent. The walls themselves seemed to bleed light. Red illumination pulsed behind translucent veins in the alien material, as though blood moved through the bones of the city. Far below, in chasms where no bottom could be seen, shapes rolled through the dark like leviathans turning beneath a sea of polished stone. Ra's helm readouts cycled threat runes that could not settle. Range markers flickered and jumped. Auspex sweeps reported solid surfaces where there was only void where there were vaulted plazas, and motion from within walls whose smooth skin showed no seam or fracture. He narrowed his eyes behind his faceplate and tasted the faint copper of battle stimulants on the back of his tongue. "This is what he built toward," murmured one of his brothers across the squad vox. Ra did not answer at once. Even among the 10,000, there were sights that invited silence before they demanded judgment. He took another step forward, and the bridge beneath him sang like struck glass. "It is what he sought to master," he replied. "Attend your sectors." The first spear tip spread in disciplined intervals. Custodians advanced in a wedge of gold amidst the red wash cast by the ruined gate behind them. Their presence desecrated the stillness by necessity. This was no place for human conquest, and yet there they were, bringing their weight, their purpose, their old gene-wrought fury into a domain that had endured since before the Imperium's founding myths were dust. Ra felt the wrongness of it. He accepted the wrongness and moved on. He had been made to stand where other men would kneel. A second force entered moments later from the shattered threshold, its arrival announced by clipped vox acknowledgements and the hard certainty of ordered movement. Diocletian Koros led them. Even before Ra turned, he knew the other shield captain by the chill in the air of command alone. Diocletian came in warplate, the color of old sunrise, his guardian spear held low, his helm lenses cold and unreadable. Where Ra moved with the tension of a drawn wire, Diocletian advanced like a verdict already passed. There was no wonder in his bearing, no withheld awe. He looked upon the impossible roads and alien towers as he might have looked upon a kill chamber requiring purification. "You are staring," Diocletian said over the private command channel. "I am assessing. You are indulging the architecture." Ra turned to face him. "We stand in the middle of a secret older than most civilizations on Terra. A moment's recognition is not indulgence." Diocletian's reply was flat as a blade laid against the throat. "It is, if it slows the spear." Ra almost smiled, though there was no humor in it. "Then be assured, I remain sharp." The two forces joined, not merged. That was the shape of it from the first breath. They formed adjacent killing fronts with all the polished precision expected of the Emperor's companions. Yet the distance between their temperaments was wider than the gulf beneath the nearest bridge. Ra watched the other captain signal his men into stricter lockstep, tighter firing lanes, harsher angles of mutual support. Diocletian was already planning not only how to advance, but how to burn ground behind him and leave any lesser force to die without regret if the calculus required it. There was no time to probe that difference. The first true enemy contact came not in a charge, but as an error in reflection. A wall of dark crystal stood to the left of the bridge, smooth enough to return the custodian's gold as elongated streaks of blood-hued light. Ra saw movement within it half a heartbeat before the strike. Something swam through the mirrored stone from the far side, not around it, but inside it, a shape of horns and hook-limbed malice. The surface bellied outward. Claws punched through with a shriek like tearing nerves. One of Ra's companions thrust instantly, driving the guardian spear through the emerging face. The thing died before it had fully entered the world, and even dead it came wrong. Its body did not collapse. It unraveled. The horned skull burst into black smoke streaked with embers. Its torso folded into itself as though gutted by unseen hands. The spear withdrew slick with grey ichor that hissed, evaporated, and fell as greasy rain. Words spilled from the corpse as it came apart, screaming in no tongue born of lungs, yet they struck the mind with the shape of language. Hatred, hunger, invitation, mockery. "Contact through reflective surfaces," barked Ra across the Vox. The bridge erupted around them. Creatures dropped from the underside of the causeway, clinging impossibly to the smooth black span before hauling themselves over the lip on hooked limbs. Others peeled out of cracks that had not been there a breath before. One came through the body of a dead servitor in a spray of red, and steel shards, wearing the machine's severed upper half around its shoulders like a butcher's apron. Bolter fire thundered. Guardian spear discharges flashed in white gold pulses. The first rank of demonic outriders came apart in bursts of incandescent gore and smoke, but even their deaths fouled the air. Flesh dissolved to vapor that stank of opened graves. Limbs melted into slithering strings of oily matter. Skull fragments turned to flocks of biting insects that lived only a second before burning out. Ra met one at close quarters as it sprang from a bridge support below, all tendon and bladed forelimbs. He caught its first strike on his spear shaft, pivoted, and drove his blade point up through its jaw. The detonation blew the back of its head into a spray of burning tar. Black gobbets slapped his breastplate. One stuck and began to crawl before he smashed it flat with the butt of the weapon. Another beast rammed into a custodian to his right, hard enough to ring auramite. Like a bell, it sank needle teeth into the joints at the knee. The custodian snarled one old curse in a tongue of terror long dead, dropped to one gauntlet, and hacked downward with his misericordia until the creature was nothing but strings of ruptured meat and a puddle of smoking filth. "Forward," Diocletian ordered. "Do not anchor on the dead." His men obeyed at once, firing in disciplined volleys as they advanced through the dissolving remains. One demon half phased into a wall to evade a spear thrust, only to have its legs sheared away by a bolter burst from a trailing custodian. It clawed at the floor, dragging itself in a line of dark slime while shrieking obscenities in the voice of a frightened child. A second later, Diocletian stamped through its spine and silenced it. The bridge widened into a plaza of pale crystal and black inlay. Beyond it rose towering structures, like cathedral spires grown from bone and moonlight, fractured now by the breach that had spread. From the palace, sections of the alien city hung over open voids, shattered and suspended in impossible stillness, as though time itself had forgotten to let them fall. Ra saw bodies scattered there as well. Not all were human. Some were lean, long-limbed corpses in ornate armor of a pattern no Terran forge had ever produced. Their blood had dried black on the ivory floor. Their dead faces were noble, even in ruin, and hateful, even in death. "The original keepers," said one of Ra's companions. "Dead before we entered," Ra replied. "Not all of them." He saw it then, a figure ahead upon a broken stair, armored in midnight colors, and bearing a spear too graceful for human manufacture. It looked toward them through a helm of sweeping lines and gemstone eyes. For a moment, it was merely there. Then its outline shivered, and the thing inside it showed through. Its armor split like a rotten cocoon. A face unfolded from within, not the face of any mortal breed, but a wet red grin studded with teeth. It leapt from the stair in a flurry of ribbons and clawed limbs. The plaza became a slaughter ground. Things came through walls. Things boiled out of the reflective skin of black pools set between the paving. Things skittered down the undersides of archways and dropped into the custodian line with talons extended. Ra's squad held. They were the 10,000. Each warrior was a fortress in motion, a gene-forged apex of the master's design, and their weapons still killed here, That mattered. Discipline held, steel held, bolter fire still shredded, spear points still pierced. Yet every kill was wrong. No enemy simply bled and fell. The slain boiled away into smoke, or burst into swarms of shrieking mouths, or collapsed into mounds of ash that still twitched and tried to shape themselves into grasping hands. The pressure in the air grew worse with each minute. Thoughts felt watched. Memories stirred and curdled. Ra heard his own name spoken once behind him, in the voice of a brother dead long before this day. He did not turn. Then the world lurched into a sudden, blessed wrongness of another kind. Silence entered the plaza like a blade drawn across screaming flesh. The null maidens of the Silent Sisterhood came at a run through the Breachwood Avenue, black-armored, pale as old bone, their presence a wound in the air of the place. No war cry marked their charge. No vox call announced them. Their emptiness struck the senses harder than noise. Wherever they passed, the demonic forms wavered, stumbled, and bled into heavier reality. Shapes that had been half smoke thickened into meat that could be cut. Voices guttered, illusions failed. The pressure inside the skull eased just enough for thought to sharpen. One of the Null Maidens crashed shoulder first into a horned creature trying to rise from a pool of bloodlight. Its glamour collapsed. Ra saw it plain then, not as a shifting terror, but as an ugly carcass of tendon and glistening skin. Her great blade rose and fell. The head spun away, trailing black blood. For the first time that day, a demon corpse struck the ground and remained there long enough to be stepped over. "Advance in their wake," Ra voxed. Diocletian answered before his own men could. "Do not overtake them. Use the null field. Expend it efficiently." Ra heard the phrasing and filed it away. Even salvation became arithmetic in Koros's mouth. More Imperial forces began to arrive through the Red Gate behind them. Mechanicum columns clattered into the outer approaches beneath the palace, their tread measured, their machine chants ugly against the alien harmonies of the Webway. Castellac's battle automata came first, iron giants bearing mauler bolt cannons and dark fire lances. Servo haulers followed, dragging prefab bulwarks, shield emitters, ammunition caskets, and disassembled gun platforms. Skitari maniples marched in ordered ranks, augmetic eyes glowing red, galvanic rifles clutched to metal chests, robes already darkening where drifting demon slime touched the cloth and smoked. They looked obscenely crude in that place. They also looked necessary. Ra watched them deploy along the approaches to the breach, establishing the first ring of human fortification in a realm that had never been meant to admit humanity at all. Gun servitors were locked into firing nests. Shield nodes were driven into pale crystal flooring with shrieking impact hammers. Heavy weapons teams sighted down avenues that bent out of true. One Mechanicum overseer, his lower body replaced by a tracked chassis, directed the emplacement of a macro-lumen array to burn shadows out from beneath a hanging bridge where movement had been detected. The lights ignited, and the undersides of the black span boiled with clinging forms that had been waiting there in absolute stillness. A heartbeat later, the automata opened fire, and the bridge rained burning limbs. Valdor arrived not long after, striding through the secured threshold, with a bodyguard close around him and blood already drying on his spear from some earlier kill in the gate chambers. He surveyed the impossible city, the widening fronts, the hastily forming bastions, and the dead. He did not waste time on false encouragement. "This war will not be won by valor," he said across the command channel, his voice carrying to every custodian, every sister, every Mechanicum node authorized to hear. "Valor is assumed. We hold by containment. We hold by denial. We hold by sacrifice measured and spent where it purchases time. If a road must be buried, bury it. If a cohort must be abandoned, abandon it. The arithmetic comes first. Terror lives or dies by sums now, not speeches. No one answered with protest. Among the emperors chosen, there was no appetite for lies. Even as the order spread, a battered signal crackled through the battle vox from somewhere deeper in the alien roadways. Static gnawed at the edges. Screams sounded behind the speaker, distant and half drowned in weapons fire. Then a human voice emerged, ragged and steady only by force. "We are still fighting, Lord. We no longer know where." The transmission cut off in a burst of wet impact and vox scream. For a moment, even Diocletian said nothing. Ra looked out across the impossible horizons, across the black bridges and broken crystal vaults and red-lit avenues vanishing into distances that mocked the eye. Somewhere in that vastness, other imperial cohorts were already engaged beyond support, beyond maps, perhaps beyond any concept of return. The war had gone wider than the breach. Perhaps it had been wide from the first instant, and only now deigned to reveal the fact. Then he saw it. In the far dark, beyond the first ranks of towers, a gate blazed to life. Not the red wound beneath the palace, but another portal farther within the alien empire, its outline a towering arch of crimson fire. A second ignited to the left, separated by what might have been miles or mere heartbeats of distance. Then a third, then more. One after another, they kindled in the abyss like fresh lacerations opening in the flesh of the world, each throwing red light across the black roads and the crystal spires, each promising another way for hell to enter. Ra felt the scale of the disaster settle into his bones like cold iron. "This is not one breach," he said. Diocletian followed his gaze. The harder captain's voice was without surprise, which somehow made it worse. "No, it is a contagion." Far behind them, the red gate under the palace thundered and spat fresh fire into the dark. Before them, deeper gates awakened in malignant sequence, painting the alien city in the color of arterial spray. Between those wounds stood the first defenders of mankind, gold and black and iron, against an empire of impossible roads, already beginning to drown. And beneath the throne world, unseen by the billions above, the hidden war widened. The outer arteries of the occupied Webway narrowed until they seemed designed not for travel, but for murder. Ra Endymion led his shield company along a road of polished black substance that resembled obsidian, though no terrestrial stone ever held light that way. It was smooth enough to mirror every warrior striding upon it, yet the reflections beneath their boots lagged by fractions of a heartbeat and showed futures that had not yet come to pass. In one image, a custodian's helm was split open to the teeth. In another, a sister of silence walked headless, while her blood sheeted from the severed neck in a red veil. In another still, Ra saw himself on his knees with his guardian spear broken across both gauntlets, and the impossible road around him ankle-deep in organs and charred bone. He did not trust the reflections as prophecy. He trusted them as warning. Ahead, the arterial road tightened between walls of pale crystal, ribbed with veins of crimson light. Above, black. Bridges crossed and recrossed at impossible angles, some level, some sloping into nothing, some seeming to hang vertically like blades driven into the dark. There was no sky. There was only a vault of distance so immense and so unnatural that the eye could not hold it for long without pain. No sun shone there, no star, yet everything glimmered with its own sepulchral illumination, as if the place remembered light from another age and refused to let the memory die. His helm display throbbed with the layered song of war. Threat runes flared and vanished along the edges of his vision. Heat blooms crawled over the tactical schema, where the auspex detected movement behind the walls, under the road, above the bridgeworks, and in regions where geometry insisted there should be no space at all. Biometric readouts scrolled for every warrior in the formation: pulse levels, musculature stress, suit integrity, adrenal secretion, microfracture alerts in plate, ammunition tallies, vox channels, overlapped in disciplined streams, each voice clipped, calm, sharpened by gene-forged focus. Left vault clear. Movement beneath span 9. Contact rune false, discarding. Null field lagging 1 pace behind the point. Rear angle holding. It all came at once. It always came at once. That was the way of custodian battle. Total awareness, total burden, total violence. Ra absorbed it as naturally as breath. Beneath the data lay the simpler truths of combat. Weight in the hands, balance through the legs. The precise sensation of a spear haft set against the palm. The smell of oil, incense, scorched matter, and the faint chemical tang of the sister's null presence, moving nearby like an absence given form. Tribune Ammon Toramachian strode at Ra's right, old by custodian standards and marked with the scars of wars fought before many imperial worlds had accepted compliance. He bore his guardian spear low and his helmet mag-clamped at his hip, preferring to taste the poisoned air with his own lungs. His face was a map of pale scar tissue and hard age. The roads constrict by intent, Ammon said. This section was built for denial. By the Eldar? Ra asked. By engineers who understood fear. Ra glanced at the narrowing path ahead. Then they built wisely. There came a crackle across the command channel, then Diocletian Chorus's voice, cold as vault steel. Advance pace reduced by 1 measure. The right wall ahead is unstable. Ra keyed acknowledgement without breaking stride. He had left Diocletian half a league behind and above upon a parallel route, the second spear tip advancing along a companion artery with overlapping fields of response. Their companies remained close enough for mutual reinforcement and far enough apart that each man could preserve his preferred doctrine. Ra found the arrangement efficient. He also knew it was temporary. Every road in this place forced convergence eventually. So did every disaster. The first attack began not with a charge, but with collapse. A shriek like metal being bent through screaming flesh tore through the artery. The black bridge above them convulsed. For a heartbeat, the vast span seemed to sag, not downward, but sideways, as if gravity had changed its mind. Threat runes exploded across Ra's display. Brace! The bridge came apart, not in one clean fall, but in a twisting avalanche of obsidian shards, crystalline ribs, and screaming cables of light. The enemy had learned the weakness of the place. It did not merely attack through it. It used the broken infrastructure as a weapon. Whole lengths of causeway sheared free and scythed through the air. One slab struck the rear rank of an attached Skitarii file and reduced 6 augmented soldiers to mangled scrap in a single wet crunch. Metal limbs pinwheeled away, trailing hydraulic fluid and blood. Another section hit the wall to Ra's left and burst into a cyclone of razor. Fragments that skinned an Imperial Army auxilia trooper to the ribs before he had time to scream. Forward through the break, Ra ordered. He ran straight into the storm. His company accelerated with him, gold plate flashing beneath the ruin as black shards hammered their armor and skidded away. The road ahead had folded upward into an angle no sane terrain would permit. Demons spilled from that impossible incline, running down what should have been a wall and striking as if the vertical plane had become level ground beneath their clawed feet. One was all ribs and long red arms ending in hands like hooked surgical instruments. Another wore a human face stretched over a muzzle full of needle teeth. A third had no head at all, only a splitting wound where its neck should have been, from which a congregation of shrieking mouths protruded and snapped. Bolter fire thundered from the custodian's integrated weapons. White gold detonations tore chunks from the oncoming things, but still they came. One launched itself from the wall and hit Ammon full in the chest. It bit once. Auramite rang, then it broke. The creature's jaws punched through gorget, breastplate, and spine together in a single, hideous snap. There was a sound, like a wet branch breaking inside a furnace. Aemon's body arched. Blood jetted from his mouth in a dark sheet. The beast shook its head and tore backward, ripping a section of the veteran's torso away with it. White fragments of spine and red ropes of organ came spilling free. For one impossible instant, Aemon was still standing, his lower body rooted in discipline, his upper body open to the sternum. Then he fell. Ra killed the thing before it touched the ground. His spear thrust entered through one eye and exploded the back of its skull into greasy vapor. The recoil washed his gauntlet in black slime and burning bone splinters. Aemon hit the road on his side, twitching. His hands worked once, grasping for the haft of the weapon he no longer held. Then all motion left him. The sight struck harder than the creature's death. Aemon Tauramachian had stood before the wars of unification were myth. He had broken Xenos kings with his hands. He had worn the Emperor's light on battlefields, where lesser legends were born and forgotten. Here, in a corridor under terror, he had been bitten open like livestock on a slaughter hook. Ra voxed only one word: witness. Every custodian in the formation heard it. Everyone marked the dead. Not for grief. There was no leisure for that. For truth. More enemy forms erupted from the broken plains. Some came through the undersides of the road itself, clawing upward through solid matter, as if the substance had become no more resistant than water. Others flickered between surfaces, stepping from wall to bridge to ceiling, without regard for direction. One appeared inside the reflection of a wounded Scutarius, and then burst outward through the soldier's chest in a red ruin of ribs and steaming viscera. The body split open, lungs sagged wetly to the road. The demon crawled free, wearing loops of intestine around its shoulders like victory cords. Ra plunged into arm's reach. The spear became an extension of command. Thrust, detonate, rip free, reverse grip, butt stroke to a jawline, pivot, point through the throat of another attacker. White flashes gutted the artery in stuttering pulses. Each kill came wrong. Flesh turned to smoke. Bones became strings of script in the air. One headless abomination died laughing in 12 voices and collapsed into a rain of oily droplets that sizzled against auramite. Another burst apart in a flock of skinless birds that slammed into the walls and died there, leaving blood prints shaped like blasphemous sigils. The shrieking unreality pressed at the edges of thought. Ra felt it trying to get inside him through the senses, through memory, through the old buried animal places that even the Emperor's genecraft had not wholly erased. He heard songs from Prospero, though he had never set foot there. He smelled a mother's skin, though he had been taken from such human anchors in infancy. He saw terror burning in the reflections, and for one heartbeat believed it had already happened. Then silence knifed across the warfront. The Sisters of Silence entered the kill zone at a measured pace, not rushing, not crying out, not boasting in the old soldier manner. They simply came, blades ready, bolt guns steady, null auras spreading around them like frost over fevered flesh. The atmosphere changed at once. The whispers recoiled. The reflections dulled. Shapes that had seemed half thought and half wound crashed into denser existence and stumbled under the burden of reality. Demons bled. They bled wrong, dark and smoking, but they bled. That was enough. A sister passed within arm's reach of Ra, face hidden behind her war mask, eyes fixed forward. One horned beast tried to leap her from above. The null field hit it like a hammer. Its glamour ruptured. For the first time, Ra saw the creature stripped to something almost comprehensible, a carcass of stretched muscle and rabid hate. The sister cut it from shoulder to pelvis in a single brutal stroke, her blade exiting in a spray of black gore that slapped the crystal wall and ran down in thick ropes. "Hold inside the null corridor," Ra voxed. "Already understood," came Diocletian's answer from the parallel route. Even now, the other captain found a way to make acknowledgement sound like rebuke. The fight drove on until the artery widened into a junction chamber, webbed with fractured spans and shattered alcoves. There they found a mechanicum analysis station, built in haste against the alien wall, half fortress and half profanation. Servo haulers crouched around it like metal insects. A Magos stood at its center on an augmetic spine of brass vertebrae, his hood scorched, one mechadendrite still twitching where a claw had nearly severed it. Data ghosts swam around him in red-lit holoscript. Ra approached as Skitari secured the perimeter with methodical bursts of galvanic fire. "Report," he said. The Magos turned optical lenses toward him. His voice emerged through a grill, thick with static. "The breach pattern is not behaving as damage. Damage localizes. Damage decays. This does neither." "What does it do?" "It propagates." Metal fingers stabbed at the floating display. Fault lines spread across a map of the outer Webway sectors, like veins of corruption through living tissue. Every seal point closed by force yields further rupture elsewhere. One fault line sealed. 3 arise beyond observation range. The phenomenon resembles biological infection more than structural failure. Diocletian's icon flared on Ra's display as the other captain joined the conference by Vox. "Then containment remains the only sane doctrine." "For now," the Magos replied, "until the infection exceeds all capacity for containment. At current expansion, such an outcome is probable." Ra looked back toward the road they had crossed, where auxilia teams were dragging the skinned and crushed into hasty corpse lines so the path would not clog underfoot. One wounded human trooper, both legs gone beneath the knee, still clutched his rifle and tried to push himself upright with elbows slick in his own blood. Another, face burned to charred red pulp, helped pack ammunition belts for the gunners with fingers that had lost most of their skin. "They continue to fight," Ra said. Diocletian answered at once. "They continue to die. They do both. And both are useful." Ra's jaw tightened. "They are not promethium canisters to be spent and discarded. In this war," Diocletian said, "everything is." The words arrived without heat, which made them colder still. Ra keyed open the channel to answer, but another transmission broke through. First, faint, damaged, human. It came from deeper within the outer arteries, somewhere beyond the next sequence of broken spans and folded vaults. Gunfire chattered behind the speaker. Beneath it came a sound like whispering inside stone. "Any Imperial force, any Imperial force. We are enclosed at Junction Shade 9. Repeat, we are enclosed. Ammunition expended to blade ratio. Walls are speaking. Request relief before they come through again." Ra looked to the Magos. "Can you localize?" "Imprecisely. The geometry there has changed 4 times since the signal began." "That is sufficient." Diocletian's voice hardened. "Negative. The route is compromised and offers no strategic value. It holds Imperial survivors. It holds time already spent." Ra did not ask permission. "My company advances. Then you advance against doctrine. Then amend the doctrine after I return." He cut the channel before Diocletian could answer. The relief. Run was a slaughter through distorted distance. Roads doubled back on themselves, and then did not. A bridge took them upward, and somehow deposited them below. One corridor narrowed until custodians had to turn sideways to move through it, only to spill suddenly into a vault large enough to swallow a city district. Demons attacked from the undersides of archways and from within sheets of mirrored stone. Twice the road itself split open and tried to hurl men into the abyss. The sisters kept the path survivable. Without them, Ra knew it would have become a hallucination ending in massacre. They found the trapped cohort in a crescent chamber ringed by black pillars. The Imperial soldiery still lived. That alone felt like defiance of natural law. They had built a fortress from corpses and ammunition crates. Human dead lay heaped waist-deep around the firing line, packed so tightly that the survivors stood upon their comrades as upon a mound of broken masonry. Blood had dried black over the pale alien floor. Empty charge packs and shell casings filled every gap between the bodies. Some of the men had removed their helmets because the whispers in the walls had made them claw at their own heads until the clasps broke. Others had stuffed wax, cloth, even severed fingers into their ears to blunt the voices. A Skitarii Alpha stood among them, with one arm missing and half its face peeled away, still directing fire with machine patience. When Ra's spear company entered the chamber, several survivors aimed on them for a heartbeat too long, eyes huge and red, unable to trust that gold armor was not another deception. Their acting commander, a human centurion with a throat wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, staggered forward and tried to kneel. He made it halfway before he collapsed against a mound of dead. "We held," he croaked. "You did," Ra said. The man laughed once, a cracked, horrible sound. They kept coming through the walls, through the reflections, through the mouths of the wounded. We burned the wounded when they started speaking in other voices. Behind him, a soldier sat with his back to a pillar, bayonet in both hands, whispering to himself, while demon blood and human blood dried together across his cheeks. Another was methodically sawing the ears from a corpse, not out of cruelty, but because he believed the dead were still listening. Ra ordered extraction. The survivors tried to obey. Some could not remember how to walk without standing on bodies. As the custodians formed a moving shield around the remnant cohort, the centurion gripped Ra's greave with a bloody hand. "My lord," he rasped, "there are more." "How many?" The man's eyes were cavernous with sleeplessness. "Not companies, not armies, not anything with a number a sane man can hold. We saw the avenues beyond the Black Vault, whole districts gone dark with them, flesh moving over flesh. The roads disappeared under it." He swallowed blood. "They are coming in tides." On the return route, Ra did not waste breath on comfort. There was none to give. He moved through the sunless roads with the rescued survivors behind him, the sisters guarding the edges of reality, the custodians killing whatever reached through. He saw the widening fault lines for what they were, not a battle, not even a campaign in the mortal sense. A second war was being born beneath Terra, hidden from the throne world above, devouring lives by the thousand merely to define its first perimeter. When he reached the Imperial lines again, the red gate still burned in the distance like a fresh wound, and beyond it, he could almost imagine the billions above going about their ignorance under the palace spires. He looked back once into the black arteries of the Webway, where more voices already called for aid, and more roads already burned with distant breaches. This would not end in days. It would not end in weeks. It might not end before the rest of the galaxy had torn itself open in Horus's rebellion. Beneath the feet of Terra, in alien roads without sun or mercy, another front of the heresy had begun to root itself in blood. Arkan land had never trusted miracles. Machines, yes. Machines could be disassembled, insulted, appeased, corrected, and, if properly threatened by a superior intellect, made to obey. Men were less reliable, though sometimes simpler in their failures. But miracles were intolerable things. They demanded reverence when scrutiny was required, and invited worship where diagnosis would have been more useful. The Webway beneath the Imperial Palace was the worst kind of miracle. It was real. It was magnificent. It was impossible. And now, like every impossible thing ever touched by the warp, it was becoming stupid. He stood on a steel gantry overlooking the first reclamation vaults and watched the hidden war digest its own dead. Below him, corpse lines moved in ordered channels beneath lumen strips the color of old blood. Conveyor slates dragged naked cadavers toward triage stations, where servo arms sorted the useful from the useless with remorseless speed. Flesh for rendering, bone for powdering, organs for nutrient salvage, nervous tissue for wet interface cultures, limbs for graft stock, armor fragments for smelting, teeth, hair, fingernails, eye lenses, augmetic ports, whatever could be stripped and measured and repurposed, vanished into the apparatus of war. Nothing rested. Nothing was buried. The dead passed from battlefield to machine and from machine back to battlefield in altered forms. A labor thrall lost his footing on a blood-slick catwalk and fell into a sluice channel below. The channel carried more than blood. It ran thick with fat, clot strings, hydraulic runoff, shredded cloth, fragments of skin, and the black oily residue left behind when demon matter burned down into something almost physical. He tried to climb out. The current pulled him under a moving grate and crushed him to slurry in the pump works. The overseer nearest the accident looked down, made a notation on a slate, and returned to directing the flow. Land folded his mechadendrites close to his back so they would not accidentally brush the railing and gather filth. He hated filth. He hated disorder. He hated being summoned away from elegant excavations and noble relic studies to stand over a river of industrialized gore, while the palace lost its mind in secret. Yet he had come because the summons bore authority beyond refusal. The Emperor's hidden engines were breaking. Someone had decided Archenland's mind might prolong their function by another hour. In a war such as this, an hour was not trivial. It was a currency dearer than adamantium. A robed adept approached him through the reek, bronze mask grill clicking with each breath. Archmagos Dominus requests your immediate assessment of intake saturation. Of course he does, Land said. Intake saturation is what a mediocre mind calls catastrophe when it wishes to feel technical. The adept either failed to understand the insult or recognized its justice and chose silence. Land descended into the manufactoria levels with a hiss of pistons from his suspensor rig. The logistics of the hidden war unfolded around him in monstrous layers. Ammunition foundries glowed beyond blast screens, where shell casings were stamped and packed faster than mortal hands could count. Presses hammered out replacement plate sections for Skitarii and heavy shield panels for the fortification ring in the outer approaches. Servitor conversion halls lined the adjoining galleries, each one fuller than the last. He paused at the threshold of one such hall. Rows of the newly dead hung upright in restraint frames, while red-robed chirurgeons and machine auxiliaries worked them over with the impersonal speed of men gutting livestock. The less damaged were stripped, lobotomized, socketed, wired and branded for immediate military use. Those with traumatic cranial loss were routed to ammunition handling or corpse transport. Those with intact upper bodies and ruined legs became turret mounts or munitions loaders. Those whose bodies were too damaged for full conversion were reduced to component harvest. One still lived. It took Land a moment to realize this, because the man's lower jaw was gone and most of the front of his chest had been eaten away, yet his remaining eye rolled desperately in its socket as the drill crown lowered toward his skull. He turned away before the bit touched bone, not from pity, but because he had already seen the procedure thousands of times, and this one added nothing new. The hidden war beneath Terra could not officially exist. This was the elegant absurdity at the heart of the catastrophe. Entire labor armies were marched down through sealed transit shafts under armed escort, their records amended before their boots touched the lower levels. They ceased to exist in the archives while still drawing breath. Regiments of unaugmented workers, bond servants, convict crews, manufactorum levies, and press-ganged underhivers came in column after column beneath the palace and vanished into the meat mill. If they died, they were never named. If they survived, they were rarely permitted to return above with intact memory. The war required secrecy more than dignity. The silence around it was as carefully engineered as the guns. Land passed one such procession in a transit gallery, broad enough for tanks. Thousands of men moved under the watch of Skitarii marshals, shoulders hunched, heads lowered, carrying crate loads of munitions, field generators, promethium drums, and prefab bulwarks. Many had been told They were descending to repair hab blocks damaged by subterranean quake shock. Others knew they had been lied to and marched anyway, because laser guns at the back tend to clarify uncertainty. As they trudged past, the first echoes from the lower gates reached. Them, distant weapon thunder, and a thin animal shrieking that went on too long to belong to any mammal of honest origin. The column wavered. A man near the front began to pray. The marshal shot him through the face and ordered the corpse removed from the path. Land watched the body dragged aside. Efficient. The Skitarii marshal turned his augmetic gaze upon him. Compliance restored. That was not praise. The marshal did not answer. Skitarii were spared the burden of wit. Beyond the labor galleries, the true heart of the war effort beat in red light and furnace heat. Reclamation furnaces reduced unusable remains to ash and tallow. Nutrient vats churned with rendered protein slurry, destined for the lower garrisons. Chem processors distilled blood, fat, marrow, and industrial contaminants into fuel additives for generators that could not be allowed to fail. Medici bays received sacks of amputated limbs for graft selection. Tech adepts moved through it all, chanting, Binharik cant to machine spirits drowning in overuse. The atmosphere was one of permanent emergency, elevated to doctrine. Land had seen siege foundries on hostile worlds less relentless than this. Here, every mechanism existed to turn death into delay, and delay into one more hour of resistance. He found himself despising the Webway more with every passing minute. Not because it lacked grandeur. That would have made contempt easy. No, he hated it, because it was magnificent enough to inspire worship in lesser minds. The architecture was superior. The transit logic, before corruption, had been sublime. The material sciences implied by its construction were so far beyond most mechanicum dogma that they should have prompted a century of disciplined envy. Somewhere in those impossible roads and crystalline vaults lived proof that a civilization had once mastered pathways outside the warp without surrendering itself to madness. That achievement should have filled him with hunger for understanding. Instead, he watched it ruined by demonic idiocy and wanted to set the whole alien labyrinth on fire. He entered a command vault where tactical hololiths bloomed over a sunken strategium. Constantine Valdor stood at its center in blood-spattered auramite, helm under one arm, face carved from pale severity. Around him clustered high-ranking mechanicum officers, transhuman adjutants, and a knot of scribes whose hands shook too much to keep up with the casualty updates. One wall of the chamber showed a magnified feed from an outer artery. Skitarii cohorts and battle automata were advancing through a fire lane so dense with enemy presence that the air itself had turned opaque. Land stopped and watched. The avenue on the display was choked with demon flesh, not ranks, not formations. A moving pressure front of mouths, horns, limbs, and raw malignancy piled over itself in a flood. Heavy phosphor fire burned tunnels through the mass, only for the gaps to clot shut a heartbeat. Later, beneath more shrieking bodies. Castellac's automata strode into it anyway, Mauler bolt cannons hammering until their barrels glowed. Black blood atomized under the impacts. It mixed with vaporized oil from ruptured servos and the particulate residue of burned demonic matter until the whole lane looked submerged in greasy red fog. Skitarii followed in measured lockstep, galvanic rounds snapping through the haze, while clawed things hurled themselves onto their shields and were pulped beneath combat blades and shock mauls. Even from the display, the slaughter had weight. The enemy came so thick that it ceased to resemble combat and became weather. Valdor spoke without looking at Land. "You took your time. I came through the reclamation levels," Land said. "I wish to see how efficiently we are converting dead men into logistics. And you are doing it very well. The whole operation has the admirable elegance of a butcher's drain." Valdor finally turned. "Can you keep the lower engines functioning?" Land drifted closer to the hololiths, mechadendrites sampling streams of data as they passed. Functioning is a vulgar term. They are not functioning. They are enduring. There is a distinction. I can prolong that endurance if given authority over several idiot departments currently impeding one another. You have it, and more raw feedstock. Valdor's gaze did not shift. Specified. Land tapped a rune, bringing up consumption curves. Armor repair, field generators, ammunition presses, void shield capacitors for the gate sancta, automata replacement actuators. Every line exceeds rational supply, then become irrational. That, Land reflected, was very much the tone of the age. He expanded the casualty and production overlays until the hololith became a cathedral of impossible deficits. Your quotas cannot be met, Captain General. They will be. Land looked at him. No, listen. Carefully. They cannot be met by conditions that would once have been called possible. If you still require them met, then understand that impossibility has become this palace's daily ration. For the first time, a flicker moved behind Valdor's eyes. Not amusement. Approval, perhaps, in the bleakest sense. Then we will eat it until the end. Around the strategium, rumors passed through the mechanicum not in whispers, but in encrypted packets, half-glimpsed noospheric leaks, muttered binharic fragments, and devotional equations interrupted before they became full heresy. The Emperor's secret project had not been a mere redoubt or reserve arsenal. It had been a road out, a way beyond the warp, an answer to the oldest weakness in mankind's empire among the stars. If true, then the breach beneath the palace was not simple sabotage, not even simple catastrophe. It was the murder of a future. Magnus, by name or by implication, haunted those rumors like a red stain on white. Metal. Some called him fool. Some called him traitor. Some, in the privacy of machine thought, called him the sun who had strangled humanity's one clean horizon in its cradle. Land did not bother commenting. He had always suspected that the Primarchs were an experiment in taking too much genius and packing it into bodies designed for emotional catastrophe. This only confirmed his view. The alarms changed pitch. A new feed erupted across the central holo display. One of the outer defense districts had failed. Land saw it in fractured images at first. A lock-gate bastion reduced to broken light. Gun emplacements firing point blank into something vast, moving through the smoke. Then the thing itself emerged fully from the static. It was not a beast in any natural sense. It was what happened when a siege engine dreamt of being a god and then rotted in the warp for an age. A colossal demon construct hauled itself over a shattered transit spine on limbs like cathedral columns wrapped in raw muscle. Armor plates of unknown origin jutted from its flanks at insane angles, fused into hide that pulsed like living offal. Its head was a furnace cage full of screaming faces. Great cables of intestine or cabling, perhaps both, dragged behind it through the ruins. Every step crushed defenders to red paste and burst the paving in concentric fractures. Heavy weapons stitched its bulk with detonations that only seemed to anger the impossible momentum of it. "It is on vector for the secondary gate line," one of the tacticians said. Valdor did not waste breath. "Can the district hold?" A Magos Runalord answered with brutal honesty. "No." "Can it be denied?" A pause. Then, "By total detonation only." Land watched the image of the Colossus wading through Skitari and Auxilia lines as if they were reeds in a flooded ditch. Men vanished under its feet. One Castellax leapt into contact range and drove a dark fire lance into the thing's abdomen. The return explosion ripped the automaton apart and opened the monster's side long enough for torrents of black-red matter to gush out. The wound sealed while the liquid still fell. Valdor gave the order without emphasis. "Detonate the district." The tactician hesitated for less than a second, long enough to remain human. "There are still Imperial formations within the blast boundary." There were. The command went out. On the display, the defenders kept fighting, because no one at the front had the luxury of disbelief. Then the demolition charges chained. The entire district came apart in sequential suns. Bridges folded inward, vault walls erupted, black avenues heaved upward in slabs and vanished into a storm of incandescent debris. Fire rolled through the impossible architecture in layered hemispheres, swallowing Skitarii, labor thralls, automata, demon flesh, alien crystal, and all the hidden dead beneath them. The warp colossus vanished inside the detonation. For an instant, its silhouette showed through the blast as a towering negative shape, arms spread, faces screaming in its furnace skull. Then the image dissolved in white static. Silence followed in the strategium. Not true silence. The machines still clicked. Vox reports still whispered. Data still flowed. But the human kind of silence had arrived. The kind that entered when men witnessed an arithmetic so savage, it stripped language to bone. Land found that he could not look away from the casualty columns now climbing the side displays. District loss, attached auxiliary regiments, Skitarii cohorts, automata tallies, reclamation estimates, munitions expenditure, reactor draw, every number feeding the next like links in a chain, dragging the entire palace down towards some unseen abyss. He moved to a side console and began sorting what remained salvageable from what did not. His mechadendrites danced through the data with furious precision. Replacement demands for shield emitters, requests for more corpse haulers, emergency authorizations for limb graft stock, orders to triple nutrient slurry output from the rendering vats. It all blurred after a time, not because his mind failed, but because the scale itself became obscene. The dead were no longer a list of persons or even units. They were tonnage, they were throughput, they were pressure in the pipes. One of the scribes nearby retched into his hands and kept writing. Land looked at the casualty totals again and felt a rare coldness touch even his insulated contempt. The war beneath Terra had already begun to eat lives in the millions, and that was with only the first rings of defense established and whole sectors of the Webway still unmapped. Millions dead to hold open a handful of roads. Millions rendered into fuel, into food, into ammunition handling servitors, into graft stock and sump runoff and furnace ash. And beyond every count, beyond every sealed gate and blasted district, the enemy answered with more. Always more. More flesh, more claws, more mouths forcing their way into matter, more pressure against the wound. He stared at the figures until they lost all moral shape and became merely another machine problem too large to solve cleanly. For the first time since his summons, Archenland understood that this was not a campaign hidden under the palace. It was a sacrificial engine, and Terra had only just begun feeding itself into the gears. Ra had heard artillery so immense it turned mountain ridges into weather. He had heard the death cries of Xenos kings under guardian spear blades, the chant of gene-forged armies taking oath before voidborn genocide, the thunder of orbital engines over cities sentenced to ash. None of it resembled the sound the warp made when it felt the Null Maidens coming. It was not merely a howl. It was outrage given a voice. It was appetite denied. It was the shrieking complaint of unreality itself, as something moved against it that it could not seduce, could not corrupt, could not wholly comprehend. The counter-purge began in galleries so saturated with demonic pressure that mortal attendants bled from the nose before they came within sight of the front. The Lockgate district ahead had to be reclaimed. It governed a convergence of arterial routes and shielded a line of withdrawal deeper forces still required. If it remained in enemy hands, the outer fortification rings would buckle inward by day's end. If it were retaken, Terra would buy itself another measure of survival. That was how victory was defined below the palace now. Not by conquest, by deferred extinction. The assault columns formed under lumen strips, gone dim with soot and blood mist. Custodians in gold stood at measured intervals among Skitarii cohorts, gun servitors, combat thralls, and the silent black ranks of the Sisterhood. Mechanicum batteries locked fresh shell belts into their bracing frames. Servo haulers dragged reserve munitions through channels lined with the dead. Vox officers issued route corrections with voices clipped flat by fatigue. All of it was ordinary enough in the language of war. Only the spear tip marked this operation as something else. The Null Maidens stood at the fore. Ra Endymion watched them gather in absolute silence, while around them weapons were checked, seals were tested, prayer cant was muttered, and men fought to keep fear from climbing visibly into their throats. The sisters required none of that. They did not need the little rituals by which soldiers reminded themselves they still belonged to the human sphere. They were their own answer, their own negation. Their armor was black, severe, stripped of all unnecessary proclamation. Their blades were plain by the standards of golden demigods and ornate priests, yet in their hands they seemed more final than any relic weapon blessed by 10,000 rites. And at their center stood Janitia Kroll. Ra had seen her before, only at a distance, a presence spoken of, more often than truly perceived, for even the eye disliked to hold her. Now she stood near enough for him to study what the front had come to orbit around. She was not large in the way custodians were large. She possessed none of their monumental sculpted grandeur. Yet the space around her had a severity that bent attention as surely as any halo of force. Her stillness was harder than plate. Her emptiness bit deeper than threat. She wore command without ornament, and seemed almost less a person than a principal marching in armor. Some beings announced power by making the world feel crowded. Kroll did the opposite. The world grew thinner around her, stripped back, starved of illusion. Valdor stepped to meet her beneath the red pulse of warning lumens. The Captain General was fresh only by comparison to the dead. Blood blackened the edges of his cloak. There was a dent in his left pauldron, where something weighty had struck hard enough to shame Oromite. His face carried the patient, hardness of a man being asked too often to divide what could not be divided any longer. No formal greeting passed between them. None was required. Valdor activated the district schematic above his wrist. Hollow lines rose in the stale air, showing galleries, collapsed transit spines, and the Lockgate Junction itself, now bleeding red threat runes from every approach. The pressure is maximal through these galleries, he said. Mortal minds degrade inside 7 minutes without null protection. The point must remain yours until the anchor chambers are secured. Kroll watched the display. Her expression did not alter. She replied in battle sign, gauntleted fingers moving with the brisk precision of a killing doctrine. One of her nearby cadre interpreted for the officers lacking full sign fluency. She says the null corridor will hold if your second wave does not lag. Valdor's jaw hardened a degree. My second wave will move when the guns have enough certainty of your advance lane. The interpreter relayed Kroll's answer, and even filtered through another voice. It held an edge like broken glass. She says certainty is a luxury for rear echelons. The enemy will not wait for your comfort. A few mortal officers looked down at once, as if they had overheard a family wound made public. Ra did not move. Pressure made truth economical. There was no insult there beyond the necessity of the moment. Valdor leaned closer to the display. If my heavy support enters your null corridor blind, I lose it to crossfire and collapse geometry. Then the district fails whether you reach the chamber or not. Kroll signed again, shorter this time. She says, then do not fail to see. For a heartbeat, neither yielded. Ra understood in that instant how deep the strain had cut. These were among the Emperor's most loyal instruments, each forged for impossibly narrow forms of duty, and even they now spoke across a growing fracture of exhaustion, cost, and differing faith in what remained salvageable. Then Valdor closed the display. Take the point. My reinforcement window begins the moment the first gate sigil is dark. Kroll gave a single nod. It looked less like agreement than the acceptance of a burden already shouldered. The assault began with the sisters, advancing into a storm that should have broken ordinary troops in seconds. The first galleries had once been elegant things of pale crystal and curved black stone, their walls reflective enough to catch every lumen flare and multiply it into halls of ghostlight. Now they shook with demonic pressure. Faces bulged under the smooth surfaces. Hands scrabbled from inside the walls as though buried alive behind glass. The air itself screamed. Human auxilia following in the third wave began coughing blood before the first enemy bodies became visible. One dropped his rifle and clawed at his eyes, weeping red through his fingers until a silent sister turned her head toward him, and the worst of the psychic flaying ebbed enough for him to stagger on. That was the work of them. Not inspiration, not courage in the old loud sense. They did not lift mortal hearts. They merely made endurance possible. Warp entities came in swarms the moment the null line entered the first choke. Some skittered along the ceilings on blade-tipped limbs. Others boiled from reflective surfaces in sheets of red vapor and screaming faces. One creature unfolded from inside a shattered Skitari corpse left in the passage from an earlier failed push, its spine rising like an unfurling banner while its stomach split into a ring of fanged mouths. Another hurtled sideways across a wall as though gravity had been rewritten to serve its hatred. They all reacted to the sisters in the same way, with fury, with panic, with a kind of suicidal need. They threw themselves straight into blade range just to reach the nulls. Ra advanced a half-pace behind Kroll's leading cadre with his shield company spreading to either side, guardian spears firing in disciplined white-gold pulses over the black-armored point. It was warfare, unlike any he had known before this hidden campaign. The sisters did not fight like heroes in the old mode, did not posture, did not challenge, did not bark command over the din. They were murderously disciplined absences, voids moving through riotous unreality and forcing it to congeal into targets. Where they passed, things became killable. That was glory enough. One horned demon launched itself from a ceiling arch and landed atop a null maiden, driving her to one knee under its weight. It tore at her gorget with both clawed hands, shrieking in ecstatic rage as its own form destabilized inside her aura. Before Ra could strike, she rammed her blade up beneath its jaw, split its skull, and hewed outward through the face in a wash of black gore. Even as it died, two more flung themselves onto her, and another sister both, not to outfight them, but to smother them beneath dissolving meat. The creatures hated the null field with naked animal totality. They would bury the sisters in their own dead, if that was the only way to extinguish the pain of proximity. Ra impaled one through the back and detonated its chest. Greasy rain spattered his breastplate and the walls around him. To his left, a custodian tore the arm from a shrieking thing that had bitten onto his spear haft and drove the severed limb into another attacker's open throat like a crude stake. Bolter fire roared from the rear ranks. Skitari pressed behind the gold and black line, galvanic rounds cracking past in blue-white streaks. Gun servitors stitched the upper vaults. Shattered crystal came down in glittering curtains slick with blood. The galleries gave way one by one. Every meter cost a visible layer of flesh and metal. By the time they reached the approach to the Lockgate district proper, the floor behind them was carpeted with the price. Flayed Skitari lay piled where demon claws had stripped synthetic skin and robes from them in wet ribbons. Human auxiliaries were reduced to burst torsos, torn throats, and headless shoulders still clutching laser guns in reflex deathlock. A line of combat servitors had been opened from groin to sternum and left steaming beside the wall, their cable bundles unraveled through pools of blood and machine oil. Molten remains of battle automata clogged one junction. Armor slumped and fused, internal systems leaking bright alchemical fire through rents hacked open by talons and impossible jaws. There was no clean passage through any of it. The assault simply climbed over the ruin and kept killing. The Lock Gate district itself had once been built around a vast circular chamber ribbed with towering pylons and ringed by interlocking transit mouths. It looked now like the interior of a butchered cathedral. Demons infested the upper galleries. Fire ran in the veins of the walls. A shattered bridge hung across the chamber like a snapped neck. The gate mechanism at the center pulsed with unstable red luminescence, every rune upon it corrupted into fevered overglow. Kroll did not slow. She led the final push directly across the chamber floor, while the warp screamed around her, and the sisters at her flanks cut down whatever reached them. A larger thing emerged near the central mechanism, all brass-black limbs and a torso split open to display a furnace-bright ribcage full of moving faces. It barreled toward the point with enough force to pulp a mortal body on impact alone. 3 sisters met it without word or hesitation. 2 died in the first heartbeat. 1 dashed aside with half her torso torn open, the other bitten through the throat and shaken free of her own blood. Kroll went through the creature in the next instant, blade entering low, rising in one ruthless vertical cut that opened it from pelvis to crown. The demon came apart in slabs of burning meat and a gout of foul vapor that rolled over her like smoke over stone. Ra saw then why even custodians gave her grim respect. Not because she inspired them. The sisters never inspired in the old human sense. She compelled acknowledgement because she was exactly what the war required, and no less terrible for it. The central sigils darkened under charge placement. Skitari demolition teams, half dead and staggering, locked their devices into the gate housing, while custodians formed a wall around them. A demon burst from inside a reflective pillar behind the line and ripped an auxiliary lieutenant open from hip to clavicle in a red cascade before Ra put his spear through its skull. Another came out of the floor beneath a gun servitor, carrying the machine up on a spray of cable and blood as it chewed into its torso. The district was being reclaimed, but not purified. Nothing here remained pure. It was only being made temporarily more useful to the Imperium than to Hell. At last, the gate runes collapsed. Secondary locks engaged. Heavy support rolled in through the secured approaches. Mechanicum batteries established firing nests on the upper terraces. The district was taken. The victory felt like swallowing ash. Ra stood among the dead and looked up through broken spans toward nothing like a sky. The warp breach still widened elsewhere. He could feel it in the constant pressure behind the eyes, in the distant tremors through the alien flooring, in the way new threat runes kept appearing beyond the district, even as this one was declared under Imperial control. They had won a useful point in a war that cared nothing for usefulness. The arithmetic approved. The soul did not. Through the Vox, reports climbed and stabilized. Lockgate district reclaimed. Transit denial field restored in part. Secondary routes preserved for the moment. Casualties severe. Reinforcement demand immediate. Above them, somewhere impossibly far overhead, terror continued in ignorance. Billions walked. Processional ways, labored in manufactoria, prayed before icons, obeyed, starved, bred, and died without the faintest understanding that beneath the palace entire armies were being erased in a war whose smoke would never breach the surface. The thought came to Ra not as bitterness, but as a colder thing. The species was being saved by wounds it would never be allowed to remember. Valdor arrived before the blood had finished steaming from the chamber floor. Kroll waited for him by the central mechanism, 2 dead sisters at her feet, their bodies already being removed by their own. "You delayed the heavy support," Valdor said without preamble. Kroll answered in sign. The interpreter nearby did not soften her words. "You delayed survival until it became expensive enough to suit you." A few officers stiffened. Valdor did not. If I had committed them earlier, your point would have been buried under our own fire. She says better buried under ours than strangled. Under theirs while you calculated. Valdor took one step closer. His voice remained level, though the levelness now required effort. And I say I am done spending irreplaceable force to satisfy anyone's appetite for purity in doctrine. We are not fighting for elegance. We are fighting for time. Kroll's hands moved again, sharp, contemptuous in their economy. She says then learn to keep pace with the time your betters are buying. For an instant, the whole chamber seemed to lean inward around them, not because either would draw a weapon. That was beneath them both, but because every soul present understood that something was fraying in the deepest loyalties of the palace. Pressure had begun to turn even duty against itself. Ra expected Valdor to answer in kind. Instead, the Captain General looked over the district, the dead sisters, the dead Skitarii, the dead men, the cooling heaps of demon residue, the cracked lock mechanism now only barely useful. When he spoke, the edge had turned inward. "Then buy me more," he said. Hours later, the bastion fell. It had been a secondary strongpoint built into the reclaimed district's northern wall, hastily fortified once the junction was secured. Shield emitters were emplaced, gun servitors were locked in. Skitarii and Auxilia rotated through to stabilize the line, while Mechanicum adepts patched the worst structural breaches with steel and prayer. By all visible assessments, it was sealed. The walls held. The approach corridors were covered. The outer galleries were swept clean enough that even the whispers had receded to a tolerable murmur. Ra was 2 transit spans away, overseeing casualty transfer, when the first emergency burst hit his helm. No warning of exterior breach, no impact alarms from the outer lanes, only a flood of screaming over the garrison channel, then static, then voices begging for sanction to fire inward. He reached the bastion less than a minute later. The walls were intact. The slaughter had come from inside them. Bodies were strewn across the firing levels in butchered heaps. One gun servitor still rotated in circles, heavy bolter whining uselessly, while half its cranial assembly hung free and trailed fluids onto the deck. A Skitarii had been nailed to the interior wall by his own rifle driven through his chest. 3 human auxiliaries were fused together into a single mound of meat from which hands still twitched. Across the bastion's inner skin, the smooth, alien material had split open in a dozen places like wet paper. Things were still coming through, not from beyond the wall, from within it. Demons poured out of sealed surfaces, birthing themselves through crystal and black stone as if the material had become a membrane. They emerged amid the garrison ranks, inside bunkers, behind gun shields, through ammunition stores. One rose from the floor beneath a loader team and opened all 4 men with upward claws in a single red burst that painted the ceiling with organs. Another extruded itself from a support pillar around a screaming Skitarii and wore the soldier's flayed skin for the first few steps of its attack. The enemy had learned. No wall mattered if the wall itself could be made into a mouth. Ra led the counter-kill with the nearest custodians, spears blasting white through the smoke-thick interior, while the surviving sisters carved null paths through the suddenly impossible geometry. They killed everything that showed shape. They saved what little could still be saved. By the end, the bastion remained technically in Imperial hands. It was also useless. Ra stood amid the steaming dead and looked at the sealed wall surfaces, now slick with blood. What they had reclaimed with so much sacrifice had been violated again within hours, without a single charge laid from the outer approach. The Lockgate district remained useful on a tactical slate. In every deeper sense, it had already been judged wanting by the war itself. Far above, Terra slept, prayed, labored, and dreamed beneath an unbroken sky. Below, the silence against the howl had won its ground and discovered that the howl was learning how to answer. There came a point in the hidden war, when even the custodians stopped speaking of holding lines and began instead to speak of surviving hours. Time lost its old shape beneath the imperial palace. Days were marked not by sun or moon, for the Webway had neither, but by the rise and collapse of sectors, by the failing and reactivation of gate wards, by the rate at which corpse barges clogged the transit shafts and had to be rerouted through blood-slick lower galleries. The war had no horizon. That was its true obscenity. A battlefield, however vast, ought to suggest an ending somewhere beyond the smoke. Even a siege implied walls to break or walls to save. The war in the Webway offered no such mercy. It widened as it consumed. It repeated. It learned. It returned. And under that repetitive, hideous truth, the legendary invulnerability of the 10,000 began to die not in one noble massacre, but by chapter and verse of attrition. Ra Endymion watched it happen in increments too small to dramatize and too large to deny. Auramite plate returned from the front, buckled inward, where impossible jaws had bitten deep enough to deform sacred metal. Cloaks came back in strips blackened by warp fire. Helm lenses were delivered to repair sanctums with the faces still inside them, the sanctums themselves, once reserved for measured maintenance and ritual correction, now labored like medici pits. Armorers and artisan thralls stripped blood-clotted warplate from living demigods and dead alike. Servo arms hammered out dents. Injector rigs purged tainted lubricants from suit joints. Gold surfaces that should have gleamed with ceremonial perfection now wore soot, scratches, acid scoring, and the dark permanent bloom of heat damage. The repair vaults rang without pause. Every clang of tool on Auramite declared the same ugly truth. The Emperor's chosen were not untouchable. They were merely harder to kill than other men. The rolls of the dead lengthened. Aemon Tauramachian's name was no longer alone. Others joined him each cycle. Some had stood at the Emperor's side in campaigns already mythic among the palace servants. Some had been younger by custodian measure, though still older than nations. One was returned with no visible injury at all, his body whole inside his plate, his mind simply extinguished by something in the dark that had reached past flesh. Another came in pieces carried by 3 brothers because there had not been enough of him left to merit a single beer. A third had to be sealed in a lead-bound casket and taken away by Sisters of Silence after his corpse began whispering in voices not his own. Ra learned to look upon the dead without ceremony, because ceremony belonged to a slower age. Now there was only witness and continuation. The enemy adapted with obscene speed. At first the demons had come in tides of instinct, throwing themselves against spear lines and null corridors, with all the mindless savagery of a realm testing fresh meat. Then they changed, not by design in the human sense, perhaps, but by a battlefield cunning that was in some ways worse. They began to bait charges by presenting weak fronts that collapsed into kill pockets only once the custodians had committed momentum. They infested the dead, using the bodies of fallen men and Skitarii as shells through which they could cross localized null pressure. They learned the shape of Imperial command traffic. Vox channels once secure now spat false orders in the voices of slain officers. More than one cohort died because a garrison heard its own tribune call for reinforcement and opened a gate to let in clawed things wearing copied tones. Terror, too, became more deliberate. A demon would take a head now and hurl it into a trench, not merely to kill morale, but because it understood, in whatever instinctive fashion such things understood, that men still tethered themselves to recognition. It learned to speak brother names through walls. It learned to let one wounded soldier live long enough to crawl back babbling of impossible sights, knowing the poison of his memory would spread through the hearing of it. It learned that a line held by auxilia could be softened not only by force, but by making the dead behind that line rise, shrieking in voices their comrades loved. Arkan Land catalogued these changes with mounting disgust. In the lower data sanctums, he spoke of exposure syndromes not as abstract risk, but as a system-wide inevitability. Even the most disciplined defenders were fraying. Auditory hallucinations became common in troops rotated through breach sectors. Men heard the scratching of claws from inside sealed armor. They heard conversations being held in empty corridors. Time slips were reported more frequently. Entire files of Skitari swore they had fought the same assault twice, or marched for 2 hours only to discover the chronometers had advanced by minutes. Memory hemorrhage took subtler form. A gunner could not recall his own birthplace, but described in perfect detail an alien plaza he had never physically entered. One Imperial Army lieutenant forgot every prayer he had ever known and tried to strangle a Medici orderly because he mistook him for his father dead these 40 years. Homicidal dissociation followed in the wake of both. Men snapped. Not loudly, not always. Sometimes they simply turned and began killing the nearest living thing with the clean concentration of butchers at work. Land's reports reached Valdor. Valdor read them and changed nothing essential, because there was nothing essential left to change. Diocletian Koros became the voice of that merciless arithmetic more clearly with each passing cycle. Ra encountered him after the burning of an outer artery called the 9th Blackspan, where 3 full Imperial Army regiments had been spent in sequence to hold a collapse long enough for custodian shield companies to withdraw from a pincer of shifting geometry. The dead lay in layers across the transit mouth. Lazarifals, severed hands, lengths of intestine, smashed vox beads and broken helmets floated in a red-brown sump that had once been a decorative reflecting pool. A few survivors remained at the rear line, men so wrung dry by fear and exhaustion that they looked scarcely animate beneath their gore. Diocletian stood over the tactical projection with fresh blood on his spear blade and said, "Had those regiments not stood, we would have lost the entire route." Ra looked from the display to the corpses. They did stand, and so the route remains ours for another interval. They were fed into it in waves. Yes, Ra turned to him. You speak of them as charge expenditure. Diocletian's face did not alter. Because that is what they were. The words might have sounded monstrous from a lesser man. From Diocletian they sounded worse. They sounded honest. They were soldiers, Ra said, imperial soldiers. They were mortal soldiers committed to the preservation of immortal consequence. Koros stepped closer, voice remaining low, controlled, all the more cutting for its restraint. Do not make the mistake of sentiment, brother. The gate is held by replacing lesser lives with time. That is the exchange rate. Any commander who forgets it is either weak or vain. Ra felt anger rise in him, cold and precise. And any commander who remembers only that ceases to see what he serves. Diocletian held his gaze for a long moment. I serve the master of mankind. As do I. Then spend what must be spent. It was not the first such argument between them. It was merely the first that tasted openly of fracture. Ra carried that bitterness with him, because he could not discard it. He was as loyal as any custodian living. He would have spent his own life without hesitation, had the Emperor required it. Yet something in him recoiled now each time regiments of ordinary men were ordered forward in sacrificial increments, so the 10,000 might have seconds to reposition. He saw the necessity. That was the wound. The necessity did not absolve the sight of it. It only engraved it deeper. The absence of the legions worsened everything. That truth became unignorable whenever the defense lines stretched thin across too many roads at once, whenever shield companies were forced into roles of mass infantry that ill-suited such rare genecraft, whenever battle plans called for brute concentration of force, and there simply was none to spare. The Astartes were made for wars like this in one sense, for attritional violence on an industrial scale, for sectors won and lost in mountains of corpses, Yet the legions were absent because the galaxy itself was on fire. The Emperor's sons warred across the stars, while his final labor rotted beneath their homeworld. Their absence was not tactical alone, it was psychic. Every dead-end gallery, every desperate rear guard, every report of a line collapsing for lack of numbers seemed to accuse the void beyond terror. Where were the hosts of the Great Crusade now? Where were the vast mailed fists that should have sealed this wound in their own blood? Gone, betraying, dying, warring for causes too vast and too stupid to be borne. That bitterness surfaced one cycle in a rearmament chamber when 3 custodians waited for replacement plate, while Medici thralls cut a dead comrade from his armor beside them. The chamber smelled of hot metal, cauterized flesh, and incense struggling to sanctify both. One of the warriors, Helios Var, stared at the corpse being stripped and said, "This is the Primarch's inheritance, this stink, this secrecy, this grave beneath the palace." Another, older and broader through the shoulders, replied, "Mind your tongue." Helios did not. Fatigue and wrath had worn through whatever discipline normally bound him. Why should I? They were made to conquer the stars, and instead they taught the stars treason. Even the loyal among them dragged the Emperor's gaze outward while this bled beneath his feet. The breed itself is catastrophe. The 3rd custodian, still seated while a servo arm worked to remove a warped greave from his leg, let out a harsh laugh with no joy in it. Breed, a fitting word. Ra entered in time to hear that, and stopped just inside the threshold. Diocletian entered from the opposite side a moment later, drawn perhaps by the same rising edge in the chamber. The older warrior rounded on Helios. "Hold your temper. They are still his sons." "And we are what?" Helios snapped. His failed precaution? His mutes in gold waiting for brighter children to ruin the work? The seated custodian said, "They have ruined it." "No," said the older one, more fiercely now. "Magnus broke the wards. Horus lit the galaxy on fire. Do not make one son stand for all." Helios pointed to the corpse on the slab, a warrior whose chest had been peeled open by something with too many mouths. "Tell him the distinction." The chamber tightened. Servitors kept working, because machines possess the virtue of lacking shame. Diocletian ended it first. "Enough." Helios looked at him, still breathing hard. "You do not disagree." "I disagree with useless speech." Diocletian's voice became a blade. "The Primarchs have cost the Imperium dearly. That debt can be counted later, if later exists. For now, every breath spent cursing absent demigods is one not spent killing what is here." No one answered, yet silence did not heal the matter. It only buried it under the next duty. Ra saw that clearly. The war was beginning to rot even custodian certainties from within. Resentment, once unworthy, now found excuses in blood. Later, in a private strategium deep beneath the Hall of Leng, Valdor stood with Malcador before a hololithic display dimmed to privacy settings. No scribes attended, no lesser officers hovered. The image showed current strength estimates for the custodian guard, restoration projections, rotation capacity, armor repair backlogs, Medici losses, and casualty trend lines. It was one of the few documents in the Imperium capable of making the Captain General look old. Malcador stood with both hands on his staff, his gaunt face drawn thinner by constant labor. "Can you sustain this pace?" Valdor did not answer at once. He studied the descending lines, as if by staring he might force them into better shape. "At this pace," he said at last, "the 10,000 becomes a title for the dead." The Sigillite's eyes rose to his. "You believe it will go that far?" "I believe it is already going." Valdor's tone remained dry, almost scholarly, which made the content crueler still. "We were never meant for this kind of attrition. We are blades, not walls. Yet we are being used as both because nothing else can be trusted close enough to the breach. If it continues unaltered, one day the phrase 10,000 will describe a memory, not a strength report. Malcador closed his eyes for a moment, not in surrender, but in the brief economy of a man who can no longer afford grief in full portions. Then we make certain the memory is sufficient. Valdor looked at him. Do you still believe memory will matter if this fails? The old man's answer came soft and flint-edged. It must. Outside such conversations, the war went on, grinding the chosen into the same machinery that consumed lesser men, only more slowly and at greater symbolic cost. Ra marched, fought, withdrew, reinforced, and returned. He saw custodians hesitate for half a heartbeat when a dead brother's voice came over the Vox, calling from impossible coordinates. He saw one warrior strike at empty air because he believed a demonic hand was reaching through his own reflection. He saw another stand too long over a corpse because he could not remember whether the face inside the shattered helm belonged to a companion of 3 centuries or merely resembled one. Exposure spared no one entirely. It only respected hierarchy in the speed of its depredation. When the roll call came at the end of one blood-dark cycle, Ra found himself dreading it more than the next assault. The surviving elements of 3 shield companies assembled in a chamber, once meant as a transit court, now stripped to practical use. The floor had been cleaned of the worst of its stains, but not all. Burn marks blackened the pale walls. Dried blood remained in the seams of the paving, where scrub servitors had not reached. The warriors stood in ordered ranks, many bareheaded, others keeping helms on because the faces beneath were too damaged or too empty to show. A tribune stepped forward with the slate of names. The first response came strong, then the next, then another. Ancient voices, controlled and resonant, each confirming existence with the same disciplined brevity as ever. Ra listened and counted without willing himself to do so. He heard absences before the tribune reached them, because he already knew where too many gaps ought to be. Helios var. Silence. The tribune did not pause long. He marked the slate. Cassian Holt. Present. Menor Dell. Silence. A muscle moved once in Ra's jaw. Tharan Cord. Silence. The names continued. Some answered. Too many did not. In a mortal regiment, the sound of missing men in a roll call was grief. Here it was something colder, each silence a subtraction from a design once believed beyond diminishment. The chamber seemed to grow larger with every unanswered call, as though absence itself occupied space among them. Ra stood at attention, and felt the weight of each silence settle into the ranks like fresh stone laid in a tomb. When his own name came, he answered at once. The sound of his voice seemed to reach him from a distance. At the end, the tribune lowered the slate. No speech followed, no exhortation, no false promise that the missing would be avenged in any satisfying manner. The custodian guard had never required such theatrics, yet the lack of them now made the quiet all the more terrible. Where once the Emperor's chosen had filled such chambers with a certainty near physical in its density, there was now room between the living. And in that room, beneath terror, with the war widening still, the silence of the unanswered names endured longer than any shout. Magnus had meant to save them. That was the vilest truth of it, the one no clean hatred could scour from the wound. If he had come in simple malice, if he had cast his mind against terror with the deliberate cruelty of a traitor already, kneeling to the warp, then the ruin might have rested in a place the soul could more easily name. But he had come as a son swollen with certainty, aghast at Horus's corruption, convinced that all wisdom converged upon his own action. He had seen the knife descending upon the Imperium, and believed himself the hand ordained to intercept it. He had loved knowledge too much to imagine that obedience might save more than revelation. He had loved his own understanding most of all. That was the root of the horror. Not treachery at first, but pride so vast it wore the mask of duty, and called itself indispensable. In the hidden watches of the palace, men who knew fragments of the truth spoke his name like an infection. No absolution lived in that name, only irony sharpened into cruelty. Magnus had broken the gate to bring warning of the heresy, and by doing so had made the heresy beneath Terra more immediate, more intimate, and perhaps more terminal than Horus himself could yet achieve from the void. He had tried to save the Emperor's dream, and instead driven a blade through its heart, with both hands wrapped around the hilt. Malcador spoke that truth only once, in the presence of another who could understand its full weight. He stood with Valdor in a chamber cut deep into the strategium levels, where the walls were sheathed in lead and psychically deadened alloys, and the air smelled of dust, ink, and old machine heat. No scribes attended. No servitors rolled silently in the corners. It was as private a room as the palace still possessed. Beyond it, through miles of stone, armor, hidden vaults, and screaming breachways, the war went on. Yet here, there was only the two of them, and the burden they could no longer afford to keep in separate portions. Malcador leaned heavily upon his staff. The years had not made him weak in any mortal measure, but exhaustion had at last begun to show in him as something more than dryness at the eyes and a growing sharpness of temper. His face looked carved thinner than ever, the flesh drawn taut over old purpose. Valdor stood opposite, helm tucked beneath one arm, his gaze fixed on a dormant hollow plinth that cast no image, because neither wished to look at the numbers again while speaking of what lay beneath them. He did not know, Malcador said. Valdor's expression did not change. No. He did not know what he struck. No. The sigillite's mouth tightened. That does not lessen his crime. Valdor answered in the same iron tone he used for battlefield orders. Nothing could. Malcador was silent for several breaths. When he spoke again, the words came not as rhetoric, but as the tired honesty of a man who had kept too many worlds in motion through secrecy, and now watched one secrecy die. You know what we lose if this fails in full. You know in military terms, and in the terms of his labor, but perhaps not in the oldest sense, not in the total one. He looked up then, and for the first time, there was no veil of office in him, no practiced ambiguity. This was to be the species delivered from the warp. Valdor said nothing. Malcador went on. Not merely a hidden road beneath the palace, not a reserve redoubt, not an escape route, not a weapon. It was the way beyond dependence, beyond navigators, beyond astropaths slowly burning their souls away to bridge impossible distances, beyond every bargain mankind has ever made with the immaterium, because it lacked a cleaner path between the stars. He was not building transit alone. He was building emancipation. The words altered the room, not because Valdor had been ignorant of the project's worth, but because naming a dream in full often made its murder immediate in a way even battlefield evidence could not. Malcador's voice grew colder as it quieted. A species no longer forced to cross hell to rule the galaxy, a species the demons could not graze upon in passage, whisper to in transit, drag into storms, strand in madness, cull through bad tides and failed wards and the blindness of a breed that calls itself master while chained to the very sea that hates it. That was the promise, not comfort, liberation. Valdor's eyes remained fixed on him. And now? Now we watch it die by inches. The Captain General absorbed that without outward sign. Only the tightening of his grip upon the helm betrayed any inner motion at all. Then every road below is not merely a battlefield. No, Malcador said, it is a funeral procession stretched into war. That truth seeped downward through the days that followed, though few ever heard it so plainly. Its shape reached Ra Endymion, not as a speech, but as understanding earned in blood. He was fighting in a collapsed artery west of the Lockgate belts, when the enemy first proved it had turned fully toward memory, as a weapon. The road there had once been a smooth black avenue suspended between pale vault, walls latticed with veins of crimson luminescence. Now half the span had sheared away into open abyss, leaving only a narrow ledge and a broken support rib, along which the custodians advanced in single-line intervals, sisters of silence moving close enough to carve survivable strips through the pressure. Demons manifested there in thicker concentration than before, not as intermittent bursts and scattered swarms, but in masses with an ugly new coherence. They came with direction, with synchrony, with the look of a hunger that had begun to recognize this breach not as accidental prey, but as a wound worth feeding until the body died. Threat runes choked Ra's display. Heat blooms flared through stone that ought not to have contained temperature. Vox channels spat interference, dense enough to mask command traffic in sheets of whispering static. Somewhere ahead, a Skitarii gun line was dying at measured intervals, each cut-off signal replaced by another until the whole file vanished from the tactical overview, like fingers drawn one by one into a grinder. A creature stepped from the wall to Ra's left and said his brother's name in his brother's voice, not merely a resemblance, not the coarse mockery demons had used before. The voice was exact. The cadence was exact. It wore the old gravity of a custodian long dead in the early years of the Great Crusade, a warrior named Iokan, whom Ra had once stood beside on a compliance field under a poisoned orange sky. Endymion, it said. The sound hit harder than any blade. The thing wearing it was a ruin of impossible flesh, tall as a man and wider through the shoulders than any natural frame, its face layered in shifting skins that never settled into one countenance for more than a heartbeat. Yet the voice emerging from that wet instability belonged to Iokan perfectly, calm, measured, almost amused in the old way. "Brother," it said, and then with the intimacy of memory sharpened into attack, "You left me at the riverline." Ra killed it before the sentence fully ended. His guardian spear punched through the thing's sternum and detonated its spine out through its back in a wash of red-black smoke and burning cartilage. The creature came apart in a shriek of layered voices, one of which remained Iokan's until the last instant, not pleading, not accusing now, but laughing softly as it dissolved into greasy rain across the ledge. Ra stood very still for the space of one breath. It was not his brother. He knew this, yet the precision of the theft chilled him more than any previous obscenity. The enemy was no longer content to tear bodies. It wanted names. It wanted loyalties. It wanted to unmake the continuity of those still fighting by poisoning the memory of the dead inside them. In that instant, Ra understood another truth of the war beneath Terra. No man who survived it whole would remain wholly himself. Elsewhere beneath the palace, Arkan land reached a conclusion, no less terrible, because it arrived through instruments rather than grief. He stood in the lower engine sancta before one of the auxiliary interfaces linked to the Golden Throne's burden-sharing systems, watching data scroll through red-lit noospheric columns with such speed that only his augmetics let him read them at all. The throne had never been a passive machine. It was not built for stillness. Yet every day of war forced more of its hidden capacities into emergency use. Redundancies once meant for crisis had become the routine structure of operation. Shunts fused open and stayed that way. Psi-conductive loads no longer returned to baseline. Cooling systems designed for short peaks now ran at near constant overload. The machine was adapting, if one could call it that, by hardening around disaster. Land hated the conclusion, while recognizing its elegance. He summoned successive overlays, checked them against archived sacred tolerances, recalibrated for current battlefield pressure, and found the same answer each time. The Golden Throne was being pushed into a permanent emergency state. Every day the breach endured, the device and its attendant systems were more deeply reconfigured around the necessity of keeping the Emperor enthroned against the wound, even if Terra survived, even if the Webway were somehow sealed in part, even if the enemy were denied every immediate objective. The very effort of surviving this war might be turning the throne from instrument into prison. He voiced the thought aloud only once, to no one but the machines. "If this continues," he murmured, "he will not be mounting a seat. He will be entering a sentence." No machine spirit answered, though the humming of the systems seemed for a moment to deepen around him like a beast settling more fully upon its own chains. Diocletian Koros, when confronted with the growing evidence of unrecoverability, said what others increasingly believed and hated him for speaking. There had been an argument in a command chapel overlooking a transit nexus newly abandoned to demon pressure. Officers from the Custodes, Mechanicum, and the surviving Imperial Army command cadres stood around a tactical display stained at one edge with drying blood. Routes had been lost. Reserve sectors were failing. Requests for reinforcement exceeded available bodies by margins so absurd that the calculation itself bordered on blasphemy. A Mechanicum prefect still clung to the language of restoration. "Once the advance lanes are stabilized," he said, mechadendrites clicking irritably, "we may resume partial purification and begin structural reclamation of the affected districts." Diocletian turned his head and looked at him as though the man had suggested repairing a drowned corpse with fresh polish. "There may be no restoration," he said. The chamber stilled. The prefect began, "Shield Captain." Diocletian cut through him. "Understand the shape of the choice. It may not be recovery against loss. It may not be victory against setback. It may be sealed defeat against universal damnation. If so, then every resource not spent according to that truth is wasted." No one contradicted him. Even those who loathed the clarity of it felt its hook sink home. Malcador, for his part, began making plans he had not permitted himself to name before. Not public plans, not even formal strategic revisions, contingencies, quiet little architectures of despair. Scriptoriums under seal received new cipher packages. Access hierarchies were altered. Throne attendant rosters were rewritten around the possibility of permanence. Ritual protocols, once drafted only for temporary enthronement, were expanded into sustained doctrine. The machinery of governance that would be required if the Emperor could never again leave the throne for long, or at all, began to take form in hidden folders, whispered conferences, and night-cold chambers, where old men admitted defeat only in order to weaponize it into continuity. Valdor saw enough of those changes to know what they implied. He did not contest them. There was no use contesting what the war itself had already begun to engrave into the palace. Instead, he made the harshest decision yet. The order was delivered first to the senior command cadres, and then, through encrypted relay, to every force level authorized to understand what conservation now meant. Ra received it in a staging bastion, where his company was rearming amid the stink of scorched demon matter and blood. Diocletian heard it 2 sectors away, while overseeing the deliberate scuttling of a fortification lane. Land was summoned to the engine sancta within minutes of the first transmission. Kroll answered with silence, which from her carried the force of any oath. Valdor stood before them all by means of linked hollow projection, his image rendered in pale, hard light above cracked black flooring and stacks of munitions crates. His face looked as though it had been carved from the same material as the palace foundations. "All remaining strength will be conserved," he said. "No discretionary advances, no local offensives beyond immediate denial, no force expenditure for prestige positions or symbolic recovery. We preserve every possible blade, every gun, every null cadre, every automaton, every shell." A pause. In it lay the shape of a thing so severe that even the exhausted listened as though new fear had entered the war. Ra felt it before Valdor said it, a pressure in the moment, a tightening of fate. The Captain General continued, "We will not win this by attrition. We will not seal it by fragments. The next advance will be singular, decisive in intent, if not in promise. All forces held back from annihilation will be committed in one supreme offensive." Someone in the receiving chamber near Ra breathed out too sharply. Another made the sign of the Aquila, without seeming to realize it. Valdor's next words spread through the war front like ignition. "The master of mankind will lead it himself." For a heartbeat, the network seemed to fail, not from technical fault, but because too many minds receiving the message needed an instant to accept that language still possessed meaning. Ra stood motionless, spear in one hand, helm in the other, and felt the chamber around him alter as every warrior present understood what had just been declared. If the Emperor himself would march into the Webway, then the hidden war had passed beyond disaster into something nearer apocalypse. There remained no further reserve of authority, no stronger hand to hold back, no greater force to commit later. This was the blade drawn from the scabbard of the age itself. Across distant sectors, men who had not smiled in months bared their teeth in something close to feral hope. Others felt only dread, because they knew enough to understand what it meant for him to descend in person. In the lower engine halls, Arkan Land closed his eyes once and whispered a curse too old for any current lexicon. In a transit vault lit by red lumen bleed, Diocletian simply nodded, as if the announcement confirmed what the logic of catastrophe had always promised. Kroll gave no sign at all, yet the sisters around her straightened with a minute tightening of stance, a silence within silence. The order moved outward, chamber by chamber, line by line, vox to vox, sign to sign, noospheric pulse to encrypted slate, until even the half-ruined bastions on the edge of breach sectors had heard it. The impossible command outran disbelief. It crossed blood-slick roads and corpse-choked galleries. It entered medici pits, repair sanctums, firing nests, null corridors, strategia, data vaults, and the listening dark between one scream and the next. The master of mankind would march into the Webway in person. And beneath the palace, where the dream of a species was dying by inches, that news struck the defenders like wildfire through dry bone. When the Emperor entered the war, every lesser scale of measure died. Until that hour, the conflict beneath Terra had still admitted the language of soldiery. Fronts, routes, gates, casualty curves, reinforcement timings, purge sectors, attrition mathematics. However obscene the struggle had become, men could still pretend it belonged to the vocabulary of campaigns and sieges. The moment the master of mankind descended from the throne to lead the counter-offensive in person, all such mortal framing burned away. The hidden war did not become simpler. It became more terrible by expanding beyond the military and into the apocalyptic. It was no longer merely a battle for roads beneath the palace. It was judgment, walking into hell. Ra Endymion stood among the assembled host at the edge of the primary breachward artery when the first sign of his coming touched the air. It was not light at first. It was correction. The pressure in the Webway had long since become a permanent injury, a shrieking drag upon the mind and senses that no mortal spirit could endure unshielded for long. Every wall whispered, every polished surface trembled with false futures and half-born lies. The very geometry of the place resisted human occupation with sly malice. Then, in one impossible instant, the atmosphere changed. The whispering faltered. The red pulse in the walls shivered. Distances that had stretched and knotted in mockery seemed to hesitate, as though reality itself had been seized by the throat and warned to remember its proper shape. A silence fell that was not the sisters' null silence, nor the hush of fear before impact. It was a deeper thing, the silence of a court when its sovereign enters, and all lesser sounds become presumptuous. Then light came, It did not bloom from lumen strips or hololithic projectors or weapons discharge. It came with him. It poured down the long arterial way in white gold force, harsh enough to cast hard-edged shadows from warriors in full battle plate, pure enough that the demon stain on the paving began to smoke and peel away before his boots ever touched it. Custodians lowered their heads by instinct, older than thought. Mortal soldiery dropped to one knee if they retained enough will to kneel rather than collapse outright. The Sisters of Silence neither bowed nor spoke, yet their formations aligned around the radiance with the precision of blades turning toward the hand that forged them. The Emperor walked at the center of the light. No image, no icon, no triumphal statue raised anywhere in the Imperium had ever captured the truth of him, because the truth could not be held by bronze or prayer or artistic deceit. He was beautiful in the way a star is beautiful if seen from too near, vast and ruinous to the senses. He was armored in gold that made auramite upon other warriors look dull and workmanlike, every surface alive with a contained brilliance that seemed less reflected light than command rendered visible. Fire moved in the edges of his cloak without consuming it. His face was as calm as a judge's and as pitiless. He carried a sword that did not resemble a forged weapon so much as a piece of executional sunlight, given edge and hilt. No fanfare announced him. No herald cried his styles. None was needed. He was the master of mankind, and the war itself knew it. The first demon tide broke upon sight of him and ceased to be an army. Avenue mouths ahead vomited clawed forms, horned things, shrieking red anatomies and towering beasts stitched from rage, hunger, and sacrilege. They came in the same numbers that had crushed districts and buried fortifications under living avalanches. Ra had seen such tides absorb gunfire like oceans absorb thrown pebbles. He had watched them swallow companies in minutes and then keep coming with no visible thinning. Now they rushed the advancing host and met the Emperor's presence before they met his blade. Whole ranks turned to ash, not struck, not cut, not even truly slain in any ordinary martial sense. They simply failed to continue existing. The nearest monsters burned from the inside out, their flesh becoming white-edged silhouettes for a heartbeat before collapsing into drifting black soot. Behind them, greater things screamed and recoiled as if exposed to furnace heat after whole eternities in a cold grave. One beast, the height of a tower gate, burst apart so violently that its molten innards sprayed the walls in sheets of black fire. Another was still charging when the radiance hit it, and in the span of 3 strides, it dwindled to a skeleton of red cinders and then to nothing at all. Reality straightened around him. Bent archways realigned. Flickering reflections went still. Wall surfaces that had boiled with reaching faces sealed smooth under the pressure of his advance. Where the Webway had behaved like a body fevered with infection, now it shuddered as though some transcendent surgeon had driven steel into the wound and was forcing it open to excise rot. "Advance," the Emperor said. The word struck every soul present with the force of a hammer blow. There was no inspiration in it, no softening warmth, no promise of safety. It was command sharpened into destiny. Men did not hear hope. They heard purpose made unavoidable. The host surged. Custodes moved first, the 10,000 falling into ordered killing fronts around their master with renewed ferocity, guardian spears spitting white death into anything that remained foolish enough to possess shape. The Sisters of Silence flowed with them, black-armored and voiceless, creating moving null corridors through which the larger imperial mass could survive the pressure of the advance. Behind gold and black came the Mechanicum hosts with their automata, tracked batteries, Skitarii maniples, and combat servitors. Behind them still came the mortal regiments in endless file, men of terror and beyond, their courage stripped to its bloody essentials by exhaustion and awe.
Be sure to subscribe. You know you want to. If you don't, you'll be sent to the void and nobody will find you for the rest of your life. So go, be sure to subscribe. Remember, subscribe.
They followed him into the dark, as though the final daylight in a universe built for night had chosen to march. Ra fought at the Emperor's rightward spear line, and for the first time since the breach had opened, felt the shape of something that might once have been called miracle. It did not take the form of sentiment. It came in battlefield realities previously impossible. Demons that had needed volleys and blades and null pressure to kill now crumbled under lesser blows because the Master's nearness had made them more solid and more vulnerable all at once. Distances that had turned against the host now behaved long enough for formations to exploit them. Kill zones established by Imperial fire were not immediately undone by geometry. It was still war. It was still slaughter. But for the first time, the defenders were not merely denying loss. They were imposing will. Valdor embodied that renewal like an old weaponry ground, to murderous brightness. The Captain General advanced at the fore of the companions, guardian spears swinging in arcs that caved skulls, burst torsos, and nailed writhing horrors to black walls in gushes of smoking gore. Whatever exhaustion had hollowed him before was gone beneath the violence of purpose returned to perfect focus. He did not shout, he did not exult. He killed with a severity so complete it seemed almost devotional. Around him the custodes redoubled their pace. They had bled, and they would bleed again, but now they did so in the shadow of the one being for whom such expenditure possessed ultimate meaning. The first district fell back into Imperial hands before the enemy understood it had been broken, then another after that, in campaigns of unthinkable violence that blurred together into one advancing apocalypse. Bridges became pyres piled high with burning demons whose dissolving carcasses clogged the spans, until bulldozer servitors had to shove the smoking heaps into the abyss below. Avenues ran slick with human blood, machine oil, and the greasy remains of warp things burned down into half-physical slurry. Battle automata strode through layers of corpses so dense, their pistons crushed ribcages and skulls flat with every step. Skitarii fought knee-deep in churned gore, while overhead the sisters' null corridors moved like black veins through the host, allowing artillery, mortal infantry, and heavy support to survive long enough to matter. Victory did not make the cost gentler. It made it larger. Human defenders died by the 100,000 in the Emperor's wake, not because his will failed them, but because no mortal body could fully endure the psychic and physical violence of advancing under that standard into the deepest concentrations of hell. Men bled from eyes and ears while still charging. Some dropped dead with hearts burst by proximity to forces no flesh should have been asked to witness. Others fought on through, wounds that should have killed them instantly, sustained for a few impossible minutes by the pressure of command radiating from the Master's presence, only to collapse in heaps once the moment of need had passed. Whole companies burned away in the crossfire of annihilated demons and ruptured machinery. Medici stations overflowing a span behind the front already looked like charnel monasteries, their floors swimming with blood while chirurgeons cut and cauterized without pause. Arkan Land saw godhood at work and hated the dependence it demanded. He rode in the logistical wake of the advance through retaken transit galleries and blasted control chambers, redirecting generator loads, ordering automata replacement, keeping the impossible engines of the offensive alive by spite and superior intellect. Again and again he witnessed the same hateful pattern. Every local success, every reclaimed lock, every stabilized route, every district wrenched from the enemy's grip depended upon one being spending himself against infinity. Machines could support it. Armies could capitalize upon it. No other will in existence could replace it. Land found the truth intolerable because it was true. At one shattered nexus, he watched the Emperor raise a hand toward a vaulted plaza black with demonic forms layered across bridgeworks, terraces, and hanging spines of crystal. The whole district flared, not exploded, flared, as though some invisible sun had risen inside the architecture for a single heartbeat. When Land's ocular augmetics cleared, the enemy mass was gone. Nothing remained but drifting ash, molten black residue, and stunned Imperial troops staggering forward to occupy ground no sane tactician would have believed recoverable. Land's mouth tasted of copper and ozone. He whispered to himself, "I require this, and therefore I despise it." No one heard him over the thunder of guns and the screaming death of another avenue's worth of demons. The deeper the host pushed, the greater the reports of scale became. Scouts ranging ahead through newly reclaimed arteries sent back telemetry that strained the imagination. Enemy concentrations were no longer being counted in companies, hosts, or even the old grandiose terms commanders liked to use when lesser wars needed dramatizing. The reports spoke, instead of abyssal multitudes, of movement layered through impossible depth, of entire black districts seeming to heave because the roads, plazas, vaults, and hanging spans ahead were covered so densely in shrieking forms that surface itself vanished beneath flesh. Auspec's overlays came back clogged with motion to the point of uselessness. Long-range optics showed what looked like living weather fronts, composed entirely of claws, mouths, banners of flayed skin, and towering demon forms, wading amid the smaller horrors like kings through surf. 1 billion presences at minimum density extrapolation, said one Mechanicum observer, voice shaking, despite augmetic dampers. No, answered another after rechecking the feed. Layered through depth. More. The word passed through command circles without comment, because what answer could there be? They were already beyond the realm where counting remained a sane act, and still they advanced. Ra crossed ground that had seemed forever lost only days before. He fought beside Kroll's sisters through a black avenue whose reflective walls had once vomited enemies in endless sequence and now held only the smoke of the slain. He watched custodian banners rise over retaken bastions that had previously survived only as coordinates for doomed relief requests. He saw mortal soldiers cheering without joy, half mad with exhaustion and devotion, their faces painted red by blood not wholly their own. More than once he caught himself believing, not in victory clean and complete, for no veteran of the hidden war retained enough innocence for that, but in possibility, in the brutal, dangerous notion that perhaps the breach might yet be driven back into a shape mankind could cage. That was the Emperor's greatest battlefield gift after annihilation itself, not hope. The permission to imagine that reality might still submit. By the time the offensive reached the outer reaches of a vast shattered district, once mapped only as the 9th Heliopause by the first survey parties, the host stood upon ground none had expected to hold again. The avenues behind them blazed with Imperial occupation. Gun nests crowned reclaimed spans. Demolition teams secured transit locks. The dead lay in such volume that corpse clearing had become a military operation unto itself. Above the ruin, hanging bridges stretched into dark no rangefinder could honestly judge. Ahead, beyond the latest line of blackened crystal pylons, the enemy withdrew not in rout, but in gathering. The darkness there had not yet shown its full face. Ra sensed that before any report confirmed it. The pressure in. The air was changing again, not weakening, deepening. The war had yielded ground, yes, and the host of terror stood upon avenues thought irrecoverable, wrapped in the Emperor's impossible radiance and the smoke of slaughtered hell things. It was triumph of a kind so bright it hurt to witness, yet every veteran among them felt the same harder edge beneath it. Something farther ahead was watching. Something had accepted the ruin of lesser hosts and now awaited them beyond the next broken horizon. The Emperor halted upon a rise of black stone overlooking the reclaimed district. Light still burned around him, though dimmer now to those with the eyes to notice. Valdor stood near, blood to the elbows. Kroll's null cadres spread through the rear echelons, preserving sanity by inches. Land arrived with a convoy of generators and ammunition haulers, and looked upon the scene with the sick understanding of a rational man watching an irrational universe temporarily obey. The armies of mankind held their stolen ground. Bridges burned behind them with heaps of demonic ash. Avenues glistened red and oil-black under shifting light. Gunfire still cracked in distant pockets where the last knots of resistance were being stamped into residue. The wounded moaned, the dying coughed out blood and praise. Above all of it, the Emperor stood, and for that hour alone, the impossible seemed almost governable. It was a blazing triumph. It was real. It was doomed. For beyond the next reaches of the Webway, where the black roads vanished into depth, layered with hostile motion, the true night had not yet come forward to name itself. The offensive did not end when the first impossible districts were reclaimed. It metastasized into a campaign. What had begun as a single blinding thrust behind the Emperor's presence expanded outward along the wounded anatomy of the Webway until whole regions beneath Terra were fighting at once. The war spilled across alien plazas large enough to swallow hive districts, over-severed transit spines hanging in the dark like snapped vertebrae, along black canals whose still surfaces reflected false stars and the butchered dead, into vault cities split open by warp rot, where the insides of ancient structures gaped toward eternity in jagged wounds of crystal, bone-white material, and throbbing crimson light. The farther the host pushed, the less the Webway resembled a route, and the more it resembled a broken empire dying from infection. Ra Endymion crossed those districts in the Emperor's wake and learned that victory could be as disfiguring as defeat. The reclaimed roads behind the main thrust did not remain calm for long. Each lane won had to be secured, purged, fortified, resupplied, and in many cases rediscovered every hour because the geometry of the place still shifted under strain. What the Emperor burned clear by force of will and blade, lesser hands had to hold by blood and engineering. That burden fell to the custodians, to the sisters, to the mechanicum, and above all, to the endless mortal masses shoved into the widening campaign like timber into a furnace. The hidden war no longer resembled a desperate defense alone. It had become an advancing front of extermination, sweeping through districts long ceded to horror and trying to transform them back into something that could serve Terra for even one more hour. Ra led the leftward assault pattern through the district designated the Black Canals, where smooth bridges arched over lightless waters, and the enemy had woven nests of unreality beneath the spans, like cancer packed into a ribcage. He advanced with relentless discipline, shield company aligned in perfect intervals, null support threaded through the formation, Skitarii and mortal auxiliaries fanned in controlled depth behind the spear. Where his formations entered, they did so with the steadiness of ritual execution. Every angle of fire was measured. Every withdrawal point was named in advance. Every stretch of won ground was locked into the campaign plan before the last demon corpse had finished dissolving. Diocletian Koros fought the parallel assault on the adjoining transit spines to the east, and success only sharpened the line dividing the two men. Ra's company moved like a blade guided by conscience, every motion exact, every sacrifice purposeful, but never lightly named. Diocletian's warfront moved like a machine that had understood flesh as fuel, and no longer pretended otherwise. His sectors advanced faster. His casualty replacement ratios were colder. He scuttled compromised galleries with defenders still firing inside them, if the timing promised greater economy in blood. He preserved momentum with the same brutal practicality that had once revolted Ra in smaller ways, and now seemed almost inseparable from his victories. Their arguments continued whenever command paths crossed. It happened again in a recovered nexus where black pylons rose around. A central transit mouth, and the paving was slick with blood, oil, and the greasy runoff left behind by burnt demonic tissue. Vox traffic skirled above them. Skitari dragged the wounded through pools of black-red slime, while servitors nailed down new firing bulwarks with impact hammers. Diocletian arrived with his escort as Ra reviewed a casualty slate beside a hololithic map. "You held the reserve 2 minutes longer than planned," Diocletian said. "They were covering the evacuation of the last human companies from the inner arc." "They were human companies." Ra looked up. "I was aware." "Then you understand the error." "The error would have been abandoning them before the line closed." Diocletian's gaze flicked toward the casualty columns and back. "The error is thinking losses redeemed by sentiment are somehow cheaper." Ra set the slate down. "No, the error is forgetting that what we preserve beneath Terra is not only a gate, or a road, or a tactical equation. It is the species that must be worthy of surviving this." Diocletian's expression hardened. By a degree so slight, only another custodian would have marked it. Worthiness is for after. Survival comes first. And if survival turns us into butchers without memory of what we serve, then we will still have survived. Their escorts pretended not to hear. Among the 10,000, such arguments had ceased being rare enough to shame anyone. Success had not healed the fractures opened by attrition. It had merely given them fresh ground to stand upon while disagreeing. Yet the campaign won ground. That was the undeniable fact. The Emperor's host destroyed demon lords in district after district, not always with his direct hand, but always in the radiating certainty of his offensive. Towering warp princes and furnace-throated monstrosities that had ruled reclaimed sectors like Carrion Kings were brought down beneath Guardian spears, null blades, concentrated mechanicum fire, and in several blessed cases, by the Emperor's sword itself. Transit nexuses, once too corrupted for survey, were retaken under storms of blood and white gold radiance. Clusters of unreality, nested perilously close to the palace approaches, were burned out entirely, leaving behind only blackened architecture, drifting ash, and the stench of something metaphysical cauterized against its will. At the 9th heliopause, an avenue broad as an ocean causeway had been infested by a daemon growth that behaved like a nest of living wounds, each one pulsing open and closed to vomit fresh horrors onto the road. The Emperor strode into the center of it, while custodes and sisters formed a killing crown around him. Ra saw the thing happen from less than 50 paces away. The master of mankind raised his blade, spoke a single word no mortal Vox recorder kept intact, and the entire avenue ignited from end to end. The wounds in space shrieked as if lungs had been sewn into them and set on fire. When the radiance faded, the road was a smoking black scar lined by mounds of ash. The host marched through before the place could remember how to be haunted. Archon Land and his Mechanicum detachments followed in the wake of such victories like grave robbers after a saint. Wherever the offensive drove out the enemy long enough for engineers to work, Land's teams descended upon the alien infrastructure with rapacious precision. They recovered fractured control nodes from buried transit chambers. They mapped half-burned data lattices in vaults that had once served a logic beyond human reach. They found collapsed harmonics arrays and gate-lock architectures so elegant that even Land, whose contempt for the Webway had only grown, felt his hatred complicated by hunger. Each fragment suggested how close the Emperor had once come to making the impossible answer to him fully. Not as a scavenger's theft, as mastery. Not crude occupation of alien roads, but the adaptation of a superior system into human destiny. Land stood one cycle in a shattered lock chamber, while red-hooded adepts wrestled a crystalline control spine from the rubble. The structure hummed in tones too pure for ordinary machinery. Half its runic surfaces were fused into slag by the recent fighting, yet the surviving patterns still made a kind of terrible sense. He was close, Land murmured. A nearby Magnus turned optical lenses toward him. To restoration. Land's laugh was dry and joyless. To theft on a civilizational scale. To the finest kind of theft. The sort history later calls rightful inheritance. The deeper the campaign pushed, the more relics it found of failure, older than the current line of battle. There were survivors from earlier expeditions, though calling them survivors sometimes felt generous. One was discovered in a collapsed bastion beyond the Black Canals, an Imperial army captain alone among the bones of his garrison, still, clutching a Lazrafal so worn by overuse the barrel had warped. He had survived by eating corpses and drinking condensation from the inner skin of his dead commander's void cloak. When Ra's company found him, he saluted with impeccable parade ground precision and then asked what century it was. Another outpost yielded only piles of gold-clad bones in a transit court, where a custodian detachment had made its final stand. Their armor had long since been stripped by chemical corrosion and battle damage, but the shapes of them remained noble, even in death, seated or kneeling where ammunition had run dry. Several skulls showed broken teeth and shattered jawbones. They had indeed fought, until they had no weapons left but their mouths. One bastion still held its garrison, in a more literal sense. The defenders had barricaded themselves behind fused automata wreckage and stacked corpse mounds. Every wall was scratched with prayers, kill tallies, and names. They had expended all munitions, then all sidearms, then all blades. The final evidence suggested they had resorted to tearing chunks from demonic bodies with mailed hands and teeth before being overwhelmed. When the purge crews entered, the entire chamber stank of old blood, mouldering flesh, and the greasy metallic taint of warp residue baked into the stone. No survivor remained sane enough to explain what final hours there had looked like. The enemy, meanwhile, had begun to war upon itself more openly. At first the signs were subtle. Corpses of demons butchered by claws and fangs, not matching Imperial weapon patterns. Runnels of black blood leading away from battle sites, where no Imperial pursuit had gone. Distinct signatures in the spoor of the slain, as though rival forms of damnation had torn at one another for dominance over the same district. Then the truth expanded. Entire engagements broke into three-sided slaughters, as the spawn of different warp powers fell upon each other amidst the Imperial advance, each eager not merely to kill mankind, but to claim the breach and the doom of terror for its own master. Brass-armored horrors hacked apart slick-limbed predators amid the ruins of a transit nexus, while Imperial gun lines burned both. Corpse flies blackened the air over avenues where diseased monstrosities battled crimson berserkers, amid piles of dead auxiliaries. Sorcerous entities flickered in and out of existence around heaps of butchered demon flesh, hurling impossible fire at one another, while the sisters' null fields forced them screaming into forms vulnerable to bolt and spear. Ra saw no comfort in it. Hell's factions at war were still hell, and the roads of terror's hidden salvation ran red beneath their quarrels all the same. The cost of the offensive grew monstrous. Arteries clogged with dead so densely that supply movement halted until mechanized corpse haulers and chain gangs cleared channels through the piled bodies. Ammunition trains vanished in transit, where route geometry changed while the columns marched, leaving nothing but scattered crates and boot prints ending at empty air. Rear echelons were swallowed outright by folded corridors or bridge spans that ceased to connect the places they had moments before. A regiment of palace auxilia, stepping through a secured vault mouth, emerged instead into an abyss 3 sectors away, and was never heard from again, beyond their first brief screams over the Vox. An entire Skitarii munitions file evaporated mid-march when the black canal beside their path rose like a mirror and took them in reflection before the real water even moved. Success no longer meant lower cost, it meant cost paid on an ever grander scale for gains large enough to merit the blood. At a strategium built into a recovered plaza of pale crystal columns, Valdor studied the campaign overlays with the Emperor's radiance still somewhere ahead, and spoke a doubt few others would have dared voice aloud. Even surrounded by progress, markers, reclaimed sectors, and enemy concentrations burned out of existence, he looked not triumphant, but harsher than before. "We can win ground," he said. "We can kill what nests in it. We can drive roads open by force. But can any of this be restored?" No one answered immediately. The gathered officers had learned that the Captain General no longer asked such questions for ceremony. "The corruption is structural," said a Mechanicum Archmagos at last. "Even recovered sectors remain unstable in ways no purification rite fully corrects." Valdor's gaze did not leave the display. Then battlefield victory may not translate. Ra, standing to one side, understood the shape of the fear. It was one thing to reclaim the Webway by conquest, another entirely to discover that conquest won only ruins too diseased for the original dream to inhabit again. Farther forward, on the edge of a vault city split, opened by warp rot, Ra heard the first whispers of something deeper, not through the walls, not in the false voices demons had used before. This was different. The enemy reacted to it. That was how he knew. During an assault on a series of broken plazas, connected by hanging transit veins, the demonic tide ahead faltered in a manner unlike any previous disruption. They did not recoil as they did from the Emperor's nearness. They did not rage as they did at the Sisters' null aura. They shifted. They made way, while still fighting. Lesser horrors threw themselves forward with frantic hunger, as if trying to reach the Imperial line before whatever lay behind them arrived. Others looked back over shoulders and horned crowns with something close to instinctive fear. The very texture of the battle changed, tightening around an absence in the pressure. Ra felt it then, not as a sight, but as a principle moving under the skin of events. He turned his helm toward the black reaches beyond the split vault and heard a murmur ripple through the enemy. Lines, not spoken words, not any true language, more the sound of old violence remembering itself. His threat runes stuttered and blanked. The polished surfaces around the plaza darkened, as if all reflected light were being swallowed from the far side of the district. "What do you sense?" asked one of his companions over the private vox. Ra answered before he fully knew why. "Something the others fear." The scout reports came later, carried by survivors from the deepest ranging parties and verified by sensorium fragments too damaged to be fully trusted and too consistent to dismiss. They described movement ahead beyond the latest reclaimed sectors. Not a host, not a formation, not an army massing for the next clash. A darkness was coming through the wounded roads, and the enemy made way before it, not with loyalty, but with the same horrified appetite scavengers show when a greater predator steps into their feeding ground. The scouts could not agree on shape, because shape was not the first truth of it. Some said it moved like a man, some said like a beast, some said it was no more than a pressure in the blackness around which demons gathered and fled in the same breath. One phrase remained consistent across every fractured account, regardless of rank or sanity. It did not resemble a host at all. It resembled a principle, an old murder-wearing shape. The first sign of it was not a sighting, nor a signal, nor the thunder of a new assault. It was aftermath. Ra Endymion entered a reclaimed transit court on the western edge of the 9th heliopause and found silence laid over slaughter, so complete it seemed ceremonial. The guns had stopped. The last reserve signal from the garrison had died less than a quarter hour before. Reinforcement had arrived at a dead run through black avenues still steaming from the previous purge. Yet when Ra and his shield company crossed the final bridge into the court, the enemy was gone. No demonic residue smoked on the paving. No dissolving bodies twitched in heaps. No surviving defenders shouted challenge through the fumes. Only the dead remained. A custodian stood nailed upright to a pale crystal pillar by his own guardian spear. The blade had been driven clean through breastplate, sternum, and stone, pinning the golden corpse high enough that his boots dangled a handspan above the floor. His body had then been opened from throat to groin with such deliberate care that his organs hung in red-black loops over the spear haft, steaming in the stale air. Another warrior lay on his back near the transit mouth, split in half so perfectly that the two portions of him had not yet fully fallen apart. His spine showed white through the wreckage of meat and auramite. A third had been decapitated, but the head was not missing. It sat in the center of the chamber, resting in both gauntlets, as though the dead man himself had knelt to offer it. The walls had been written upon in blood, not random spatter, not the wet chaos of battle. Symbols, great slashing marks drawn in arterial red across the smooth alien material, each glyph crooked and ancient in its violence, none belonging to any script of terror or any Xeno's tongue Ra had ever studied. They resembled cuts more than letters, as though writing itself had not yet been invented when the hand behind them first learned to express intent. Blood had frozen along the edges of the marks into dark, glassy ridges. A single human survivor crouched behind an overturned ammunition casket near the rear arch. He was one of the auxiliary gunners attached to the bastion. When Ra approached, the man flinched and bared his teeth with the feral panic of an animal cornered underground. "It looked at us," he whispered. Ra crouched before him. "What came here?" The man's eyes rolled toward the blood script on the wall and then away again at once, as though the sight itself abraded thought. His mouth worked. No coherent answer came. Then, with sudden shrieking force, he began to hammer his forehead against the crystal floor and did not stop until a custodian dragged him back and pinned him there. Even restrained, he kept babbling through broken teeth and a mouth filling with his own blood. It knew us. It knew before it touched. It knew. That was the first clear report. It was worse than useless. More followed from other sectors. Never the thing itself at first. Only the shape of what it left behind. Entire squad rooms opened like butcher stalls. Their occupants cut apart with impossible precision. Walls carved in blood. Survivors found catatonic or gibbering, some reduced to the speechless terror of children, others laughing until the medici sedated them, or they clawed out their own tongues. Demonic bodies appeared in the margins of these massacre sites too, dismembered or caved in, as though something had crossed their path and treated them no more kindly than the Emperor's soldiers. The lesser entities reacted to its nearness, not with obedience, but with instinctive alteration. They crowded away from certain corridors. They grew frantic when driven towards certain districts, predators scenting something older, sharper, and more absolute than themselves had entered the dark. By the time the reports reached the Emperor, the campaign had already changed shape. He received them in a shattered lock chamber, still stinking of ozone, blood, and burnt unreality. Valdor stood at his right. Ra knelt a short remove away with gore drying on his greaves. Diocletian had arrived from the eastern assault lanes half an hour before, with casualty scrolls and a face cut harder than iron by suspicion. Arkan Land hovered behind the senior command knot with the expression of a man who had spent too long among impossible machinery and was now discovering that metaphysics could be engineered into something even less tolerable. A hololithic reconstruction flickered above the cracked floor, showing massacre sites, blood glyphs, root collapses, and the patchwork of eyewitness fragments. The image meant little. The atmosphere in the chamber meant more. Even the sisters present seemed to stand with a deeper, tenser stillness, as though their null fields found less purchase than before against what approached. The Emperor looked upon the blood marks from the slaughtered transit court and knew. No one present could mistake the change in his gaze. The radiance around him did not dim, yet something older than battlefield wrath entered it, a recognition vast enough to make even Valdor seem for a heartbeat like a lesser statue standing too near the edge of a storm. "It is not merely a daemon," the Emperor said. His voice drove through the chamber like a verdict. No one spoke. "It is older in kind than the hosts it leads through terror. It is no common princeling of the abyss, no warlord of appetite, no beast to be solved by force concentration." Valdor asked the question, because someone had to. "What is it?" The Emperor's answer came without haste, which made it worse. "It is a wound the species made in itself before empire, before law, before memory learned to call itself history. It is the echo of the first murder given continuity in the warp, the oldest human truth sharpened into a blade." His eyes remained on the glyphs, turning in blood-red light above the floor. "It stands against every city ever raised, every throne ever founded, every order ever imagined. It is the denial at the root of civilization, the promise that all crowns end in blood." Even Land, who hated reverence on principle, said nothing after that. Ra felt understanding arrive, not as explanation, but as sickness. This was not another foe entering the Webway to glut itself on the breach. It was something bound up with the species itself, with that first primal act by which one hand had risen against another and found killing possible. No fortress doctrine answered such a thing. No reserve calculation. No numerical advantage. The war had shifted. They were no longer merely reclaiming roads. They were bracing for collision with an embodiment of the stain every human polity had been built over. Valdor saw it too. He looked at the tactical spread, then at the Emperor, and in his silence, Ra heard the death of several cherished assumptions at once. The first true contact came 6 hours later in the district called the Bleak Galleries. Ra's company had been holding the western edge, while Diocletian's assault columns tightened the eastern circuit, and Mechanicum support rolled up munitions and replacement shield nodes through a newly stabilized avenue. The district itself was a nightmare of long reflective halls, elevated black causeways, and suspended chambers hanging above open void like the organs of some flayed and inverted beast. Imperial banners had gone up over the main lock and 2 adjoining transit mouths. The line appeared strong. Then the Voxnet began, failing in patterns too precise for ordinary interference, not static, substitution. Whole command bursts arrived with the correct encryption and the wrong intent. One gun line pivoted inward on false authorization and annihilated its own reserve trench before the error was caught. An ammunition train reversed into an uncleared culvert under orders that bore the voice print of its dead overseer. Then the screams started, not from the front, from behind. Ra turned in time to see a rear bastion erupt into blood. Not explode. Open. The inner wall split apart, and men spilled out in pieces, as though some invisible blade had passed through the structure and everything within it. A custodian staggered from the breach, with his torso opening a half-heartbeat after his first step. Flesh parted, auramite peeled, his chest and belly unfolded in a wet red bloom, and his insides slithered down his greaves before he had time to fall. The thing came through the spray. At first glance, it was man-shaped. At second, nothing about it held still long enough to trust. It seemed tall and thin, and then broad and immense. Its outline devoured light rather than blocking it. In one moment it wore shadow like a cloak. In the next, it appeared armored in wet blackness veined with old red. Its face was the most terrible part, because no single face remained there. A warrior's sneer, a corpse grin, a hollow-eyed child, a thing of horn and wound and hunger. The forms slid across one another with the intimacy of masks grown into flesh. Everything around it destabilized. Ra saw blood freeze in the air between one heartbeat and the next, hanging in crimson lines that bent themselves into symbols before shattering into liquid again. He saw a Skitarius open across the throat a full second before the shadow blade that killed him completed its swing. He saw a Sister of Silence slash the entity's arm, and then watched the wound appear on her own blade hand first, splitting gauntlet and flesh, to the wrist before the demon's dark limb burst apart in answer. Causality frayed around it like cloth rotting under acid. The demons already infesting the district recoiled and crowded in equal measure. Some flung themselves at the Imperial line with mindless desperation, as if eager to die before the darker thing reached them. Others skittered backward along walls and ceilings, unwilling to come within reach of whatever hunted among them. Hold, Ra voxed, though the word felt small in that place. The first custodian to meet the entity was Tribune Cacaltus, senior by centuries to many in the line, and bred from the same hard genetic glory as any who had ever guarded the throne. He charged without hesitation, guardian spear leveled, his movement so fast that a mortal eye would have seen only gold and white fire crossing the blood-slick floor. He struck true, or seemed to. The spear point entered the darkness where the entity's chest had been an instant before, and then the scene misaligned. For one impossible heartbeat, Cacaltus stood with his weapon buried in empty air, while behind him the thing was suddenly already there, one black hand laid almost gently upon the back of his helm. Ra saw the Tribune die in layers. The auramite around the helm split first with a sound like an axe entering wet timber. Then his skull came apart beneath it. Then the cut ran down through neck, spine, and torso in a perfect line, as if some primordial verdict had simply remembered where to place the blade. Cacaltus remained standing a fraction too long, held upright by momentum and dignity alone, before both halves of him separated and slid apart in a wash of arterial spray and grey-white marrow. It was not only a death, it was an annihilation of one of the rare beings in creation bred to stand beside a god. The line felt it as something more than loss. A standard had been measured and found breakable by a force that did not care for standards at all. The district descended into butchery. Ra met the thing head-on with 3 of his companions and a null cadre driving hard at its flank. Bolter fire passed through folds of darkness and emerged from the wall behind in showers of splintered crystal. Guardian spear detonations bit chunks from the blackness around it, but each wound seemed to happen in the wrong sequence, smoke blooming before impact, flesh tearing where no edge had yet landed. One of Ra's brothers shouted a challenge and lost his voice halfway through it when his jaw split from hinge to ear of its own accord. Another managed a thrust that should have gutted the entity, and instead found his own thigh open to the bone, as if the attack had folded back on him through some old lore deeper than geometry. Only the sisters made its movement even partially survivable. Their null aura stripped away the worst distortions at the edges, forcing the thing to choose a little more of a shape and a little less of its conceptual malice. Yet even among them, it moved with murderous intelligence, avoiding dense null concentrations, striking between the seams of their fields, opening throats and bellies with a speed that made even silence feel too slow. Diocletian arrived through the eastern gallery with reinforcements just as the district began to buckle. He saw Cacaltus dead, saw the collapsing line, and understood enough at once. "Withdraw to the second gate," he ordered across the command channels. "Immediate strategic contraction. All forward positions fall back now." Several officers protested at once, not from cowardice, but from the inertia of success. The offensive had won too much ground to surrender it in a single order. Even Ra felt the wrench of it. To yield now was to admit that something had entered the war no local courage could blunt. Diocletian turned on the nearest protest with all the brutality of his conviction. You cannot salvage this with weight of numbers. You cannot corner it. You cannot attrit a principle. Fall back or feed it. Valdor's voice cut through the network before the argument could fracture into faction. Stand by. He was with the Emperor already, driving toward the bleak galleries at the center of the companions and the nearest null cadres, the master of mankind moving at a pace that made the road itself seem to recoil from under his tread. The radiance of his coming hit the district before he did. Lesser demons burst into ash. The shifting walls locked into place for the span of breaths. Men who had been on the edge of panic found their limbs remembering obedience. The Emperor beheld the thing, standing amid custodian dead and blood-script symbols hanging in the air like frozen verdicts. Recognition passed between them. Not familiarity exactly. Something older, more hateful. The master of mankind looked upon the creature and saw not merely an adversary in the field, but the oldest refutation of all empire. The dark entity looked back, with a smile made of every murder ever justified after the first one had made justification possible. If there was speech between them, it did not occur in words mortal senses could hold. The Emperor did not yield the field. Retreat now, before a final stand, would not be retreat in any disciplined military sense. It would be contagion, panic, the unraveling of all reclaimed ground behind the host. The breach would taste momentum and widen unchecked through roads already half secured at such monstrous cost. He knew it. Valdor knew it. Ra knew it the instant the Emperor advanced, instead of ordering full withdrawal. Hold the road home, the Master said. Nothing more, nothing less. The battle that followed was not war in the old comprehensible sense. It was collision between command and negation. The Emperor's sword burned through darkness and made the district ring like struck metal. The entity answered with cuts that appeared across reality before the arm, making them had moved. Bridges split. Blood hung motionless in the air, then froze into scarlet runes, then fell as hot rain. Custodians died trying to close around their lord. Sisters of silence advanced into the impossible edges of the clash, and were torn apart by forces their null fields could only partially deny. Mechanicum guns fired through collapsing causeways, while Skitarii flooded into kill zones they barely understood, dying in layers simply to keep the roads behind from buckling. Ra fought because there was no more room for thought. He killed lesser demons trying to break around the engagement. He dragged a wounded companion clear when the man's own reflected image began strangling him through the skin of a black canal. He stood beside Valdor for 10 brutal seconds at the edge of the storm and saw in the Captain General's face the same revelation burning there that had already come to him. Battlefield superiority meant little now. The war had been transformed by a presence that could not be solved by greater fire discipline, stronger walls, or larger charges. It would either be survived through some act beyond ordinary campaigning, or it would consume the dream under terror entire. Then the road home began to fail. At first, it was only a tremor rippling through the transit spine behind the Imperial host. Then a collapse alarm. Then 3. Whole sections of the reclaimed route buckled inward, as if the Webway itself had decided to help the enemy by voiding every promise of safe return. A black bridge folded in on itself and dropped 2 reserve companies screaming into the abyss. The avenue beyond the second lock gate elongated, narrowed, and began to split down its center, turning one broad withdrawal route into 2 knife-thin ledges slick with blood. Vox traffic from rear echelons dissolved into panic reports. Gun batteries placed hours before found themselves suddenly facing the wrong direction as walls and galleries rotated through impossible axes. Victory and retreat became the same desperate act. To stand was to die in place. To withdraw was to do so through roads disintegrating beneath the army's feet. Behind the Emperor's host, the way back to Terra was collapsing by degrees, even as the central battle still raged, forcing every surviving officer to understand the next truth of the hidden war. There would be no clean disengagement from this. Whatever came next would be fought, while the path home unmade itself in blood and falling stone. By the time the retreat truly began, survival had acquired the shape of silence. Not the silence of emptied corridors or the stillness that follows artillery after a line has been erased. This was stranger and far more necessary. It moved. It had borders. It was carried in black armor by warriors who spoke without voices and killed without needing to be seen as heroes. The retreating imperial host did not require courage first. It required corridors of psychic deadness through which flesh and mind could pass without being stripped raw by the pressure of the warp. Without the Sisters of Silence, the road home would have ceased to be a military problem and become simple mass insanity. Ra Endymion understood that with perfect clarity on the first full day of the Null March. The arterial roads behind the Emperor's advance had begun to fail in earnest. Transit spines split. Black bridges folded into impossible angles and then dropped away into chasms alive with red light. Entire galleries filled with whispers so dense that mortal soldiers clawed their own faces open just to reach whatever they believed was crawling behind the eyes. The air itself had grown venomous. Men entering exposed sectors without null cover staggered after seconds, blood sluicing from noses and ears, skin lifting in strips as though the warp wished to peel them like sacrificial offerings. Then the sisterhood came through, and reality became survivable by inches. Janitia Kroll led from the front because there was nowhere else for her to stand. The shape of the retreat required it. She and her cadres moved at the spear tip of every contraction, every emergency relocation, every desperate effort to preserve a route for one more minute. Her null aura ate the worst of the pressure and made even allied troops uneasy in the same breath. Men found their tongues thickening around her. Their thoughts seemed to drag. The old, warm animal certainties by which mortals knew themselves became thin and cold in her presence. Yet they clustered behind her formations anyway, because discomfort in the shadow of the null was infinitely kinder than the open kiss of the warp. Demons hurled themselves at her lines in suicidal fury. They came in masses thick enough to darken avenues from floor to vaulted roof, clambering over one another in screaming tides of horn, claw, wet skin, and impossible anatomy. Lesser things boiled into solidity the moment they struck the edge of the null corridor, and died there by the score, pinned on blades, shredded by disciplined bolt fire, trampled under the feet of those behind them. Greater entities forced themselves forward through heaps of their own dead, just to reach the sisters and extinguish the pain of proximity in violence. One horned brute, broad as a bunker door and trailing hooks of raw muscle from its spine, took 6 direct volleys from Skitarii support fire and kept coming until it entered Kroll's immediate presence. There it faltered, became meat rather than nightmare, and she split it open from clavicle to hip with a single upward stroke that sprayed the road behind her in black gore. Ra fought close enough to see the pattern repeat again and again. The sisters were not adjuncts, not auxiliaries, not some necessary but separate discipline attached to the real war. They were the hinge upon which all remaining survival turned. Without them, the custodes would have died nobly and uselessly in roads gone mad around them. Without them, the mortal host would have burst apart in mind before claw or fang ever touched flesh. He had known their value before. Now he understood their equality in the only measure that mattered. This war would have devoured the 10,000 long ago, without the black-armored nulls cutting channels through unreality and calling it duty. The retreat did not resemble orderly contraction for long. It became a chain of terminal stands, joined together by movement under pressure. Choke points appeared and were recognized at once for what they were. Places where men must be left to die so others could continue marching. Human auxilia were ordered into those deaths, with a regularity that by now had robbed the act of any theatrical cruelty. The orders came. The men heard them. Many looked too tired even to protest. They simply moved into position, checked charge packs or bayonets or grenade pins, and prepared to spend themselves where the line required. At a collapsed transit mouth, known by some old survey designation no one used aloud anymore, 3 full companies of Palace Auxilia took firing positions behind a half-fused barricade of wrecked automata and ammunition caskets, while the null corridor withdrew through the adjoining artery. Ra passed them on the move, gold armor streaked red and black, guardian spear humming at the edge of discharge. Their acting captain saluted him with a hand missing 2 fingers. "My lord," the man said. Ra stopped for half a heartbeat. He knew the shape of these moments now, and hated that knowledge did not make them less necessary. "You understand the order. We hold until the charges go, then fall back." The captain glanced once over his shoulder at the massing dark beyond the barricade. Shapes were already moving there in obscene density. A living wall of limbs, teeth, banners of flayed skin, and flaring eyes. He looked back at Ra, and there was no fear left in him large enough to matter. With "Respect, Lord. If we fall back now, the charges go with us." Ra held his gaze. "Your names will be recorded." It was a lie, perhaps, or at best a promise he could not guarantee in the hidden war beneath Terra. Still the captain nodded, as though the sentence itself had some use. "We were all dead when they marched us below," he said. "This is simply where the bill is collected." Ra moved on, because the corridor had to move on. Behind him, the Auxilia opened fire in disciplined volleys. A minute later, the detonations collapsed the transit mouth into the abyss and buried the company with the enemy surge they had delayed. The Vox carried their last burst only as static swallowed by the roar of imploding architecture. Arkan Land oversaw such demolitions with an efficiency bordering on blasphemous serenity. He rode the rearward engineering chain through districts being unmade on imperial order, issuing command ciphers to Magi, demolition overseers, and tracked servitor teams, while whole sections of the Webway died behind the retreat. Lock gates were overloaded. Harmonically tuned support pylons were ruptured on purpose. Gravity anchors failed in sequence, sending plazas, bridges, and district spines tumbling into darkness beneath them. Irreplaceable routes vanished forever, so that the host might purchase minutes of delay. Land understood the obscenity of it better than most. He had seen enough alien infrastructure by now to know that each district lost was a masterpiece desecrated twice over, once by demonic corruption and once by imperial necessity. Still, he gave the orders. "Detonate the western span." A red-robed adept hesitated. "Archmagos, the survey teams have not yet extracted the lower control lattice." Land rounded on him with eyes bright from exhaustion and contempt. "Then they may enjoy the honor of dying beside it. Detonate." The bridge went with a light too pure for common explosives, splitting along hidden resonant seams before dropping whole curtains of black crystal into the abyss. For an instant, Land saw demons still climbing its underside as it fell, their silhouettes writhing against the glow from below. Then the dark took them. Elsewhere, Constantin Valdor and Malcador traded Vox briefs that grew more severe with every contraction of the line. The Captain General's voice reached the sigillite through encrypted channels buried beneath the common war net, stripped of all ornament, sharpened by the knowledge that each sentence now concerned not merely a battle, but the remnants of an entire species project. "We can preserve 2 more northern arteries," Valdor said in one transmission, "or the tertiary lock matrix, supporting the deeper approach sectors. Not both." Malcador answered from somewhere near the throne interfaces. his words thinned by distance, fatigue, and the unending labor of anchoring the palace to a dream already half murdered. The matrix dies, the arteries buy men. The matrix buys architecture. The architecture no longer matters if no one remains to cross it. Another time, Valdor said, the Western Harmonics Vault can be held for perhaps 1 hour at ruinous cost. Malcador replied, after a pause long enough to admit grief in private, but not in function, then abandon it. Do you understand what is lost? I do, the Sigillite said. I also understand what is already gone. Preserve what can still kill for terror. Bury what was meant to save mankind entire. There was no room for argument after that, only obedience and a silence more bitter than open rage. The demon tides rose beyond reason. Even veterans of the hidden war, men who had already watched sectors drown in flesh, found language failing now. The retreat drew the enemy onward through widening roads and collapsing galleries in densities the eye resisted. Billions layered through distance and distortion. That was the only honest framing left. Every avenue seemed transformed into a moving wall of claws, teeth, screaming faces, brass black armor, cancerous wings, banners made from skin, and impossible light. The black canals churned with things boiling beneath their reflective surfaces. Hanging bridges sagged under the crush of enemy bodies swarming over them. Vault roofs that should have shown only cold, luminous height now wriggled with predators clinging upside down and hurling themselves into the null corridor the moment it passed beneath. Under such pressure, Diocletian Koros became almost inhuman in his battlefield efficiency. Perhaps he had always possessed that shape, and only now found the war broad enough to reveal it fully. He stood at rearguard choke points with blood drying in dark scales across his plate, issuing fire corrections and withdrawal markers, while his own spear rose and fell like a sentence passed over and over without fatigue. When contamination broke out among the retreating lines, he dealt with it instantly. A Skitarii file began speaking in the same voice over 8 different throats. He shot the file leader through the face and ordered the rest burned where they stood. An auxiliary sub-lieutenant emerged from a sealed culvert with no visible wounds and tried to embrace the nearest guardsman while whispering in a language made of knife sounds. Diocletian took the man's head off before the second step of the embrace completed. One wounded gunner began laughing at a wall no one else could hear. Koros ran him through, stepped over the body, and told the next rank to close the gap. Ra saw it happen and felt the old wound open deeper. "You kill too quickly," he said during one brief conjunction of their lines, near a collapsing gate court. Diocletian did not turn. "I kill before hesitation propagates." That man may have been savable. He was not. You did not know. I knew enough. Only then did Koros glance at him, and in his eyes there was no fury, only the terrible blankness of a function stripped to its hard utility. Every second spent hoping is a second the line loses shape. The line loses shape and terror dies. Tell me which life you wish purchased with that sentiment. Ra had no answer that would not sound like self-indulgence under the roar of the enemy coming on. That silence shamed him even as it enraged him. The Emperor still fought. That remained the one impossible truth sustaining the retreat at all. He appeared where collapse was worst, sometimes at the rear, sometimes somehow at the center, as though distance had surrendered a few of its laws in reluctant obedience to his need. One moment a district would be in the act of failing, defenders torn apart, null corridor thinning under impossible mass, and then the master of mankind would be there in white gold radiance, sword lifting, reality hardening around him as demons burst into ash in ranks, and the retreat brought another gasp of order. Yet, each intervention cost him. Ra saw it. Valdor saw it. Even land, who would have preferred not to recognize the evidences of divine expenditure, saw it in the failing margins of every miraculous reprieve. The Emperor's light still burned fierce enough to scour roads clean and reduce monstrosities to drifting ruin. But now there were moments afterward when the radiance seemed to contract inward before swelling again by force. His movements retained all majesty, all exactitude, yet a fraction more effort had entered the turns of them. He was spending himself against infinity, and infinity was proving capable, at least in the arithmetic of attrition, of taking payment. The null march narrowed into one vast moving corridor at the edge of a district whose ancient designation no longer mattered. Kroll led the foremost seam of silence through an avenue broad as a triumphal way, its black paving cracked by detonations, and its flanking pylons split open to spill red light, like the insides of gutted beasts. Sisters marched in layered files, blades and bolters working without speech, while mortal infantry, skitari, wounded custodians, ammunition carriers, medici teams, and engineering trains packed close behind them inside the precious dead zone. Outside that corridor, the warp pressed with enough fury to skin thought from the mind. Men on the margins who stumbled too far from the sisterhood began screaming before any demon touched them, flesh lifting in bloody ribbons from cheeks and hands, as if invisible hooks were peeling them alive for sport. The enemy saw the corridor and answered as sea answers a crack in the dike. They hurled absolute mass at it. Billions, it seemed. No count that mattered to battlefield command, only a depth of oncoming hate so complete that the far end of the avenue vanished behind it. Demons climbed over the dead to reach the sisters. Greater horrors bulldozed lesser ones aside in their need to smash into the null line before Imperial guns could pulp them. The avenue became a grinder of meat and light. Heavy weapons overheated, skitari gunners fired until barrels split. Auxilia reloaded with hands slick from blood not fully their own. Custodians stood shoulder to shoulder with null maidens and cut until their spear hafts were slippery, their armor lacquered in black ichor, red gore, and ash. Ra fought 3 paces from Kroll for part of that monstrous advance, and understood, with a clarity bordering on revelation, that there was no hierarchy worth naming between them now. She was not a supporting element to his war. He was not a protector guarding some fragile order. They were co-equals in the final mathematics of survival, and the species lived only so long as their distinct forms of murder remained aligned. The pressure deepened anyway. One sister died with 5 demons hanging from her, their claws buried into her armor joints, while she kept cutting until another wave buried her entirely beneath dissolving meat. Another vanished when the paving under her file split open and vomited a mouth large enough to swallow 3 men abreast. Kroll kept moving. Her silence had become more terrible than any shouted order. Around her, the corridor held because she willed it to hold, and because the dead were mounting so high that the living now walked atop layers of slaughter. Land's last demolition line went behind them then, collapsing an entire district spine with a chain of charges that turned the horizon to white fire and sent a whole side of the avenue dropping away into a gulf packed with falling ruins and screaming bodies. The blast wave hit the corridor and threw men against one another hard enough to break bones through armor. Still, the sisters advanced. Still, the host staggered inside the moving dead zone. Still, the Emperor appeared where the collapse threatened to overtake the center, and burned another swathe open through the oncoming wall of hell. Then even the null corridor began to buckle. Not because it failed in discipline, not because Kroll or her sisters faltered. It bent because absolute mass finally learned the one lesson numbers always teach. Enough weight, applied long enough, becomes its own form of victory. The pressure on the corridor thickened until the edges frayed. Demons burst through in 2s and 3s, then in dozens. The psychic deadness that had made survival possible began to thin into patches rather than a continuous channel. Men at the flanks clutched their heads, and went down screaming. Skitarii shot one another when reflections stepped wrong. A custodian split his own wrist open because he saw a serpent of light moving beneath the skin and would not wait to learn whether the vision lied. Kroll drove forward. Ra saw her cut down a horned brute and vanish briefly behind a sheet of black blood. He saw sisters closing ranks around gaps where their dead had fallen. He saw the avenue ahead still filled from end to end with screaming motion, and he understood, even before the line fully gave way, that the retreat had passed another threshold from which there would be no return to orderly warfare. The corridor tore, one seam at first, near the rear left, where an avalanche of demon flesh collapsed over the piled dead and simply overwhelmed the surviving null field. Then another. The warp poured in through those rents like boiling poison. Men nearest the breaks were opened alive by pressure alone, skin and muscle stripping back before claws ever found them. The host convulsed. Files lost shape. Orders became screams and counter-screams on a voxnet, drowning in static and prayer. Valdor's command came sharp across every remaining channel. Run the line. Do not stop. There was no longer a retreat in the old sense. No measured contraction. No strategic withdrawal. The host ran and killed and stumbled and fired and died all at once. A moving column of butchered resistance beneath a vault that glowed red like a dead sun seen through blood. The Emperor's radiance flared at the rear and center by turns, buying impossible fragments of space. Sisters fought in shrinking islands of null silence. Custodians became executioners and shields, and beasts of burden in the same breath, dragging wounded, carrying ammunition, crushing through bodies to keep the motion alive. Human soldiers died in windrows. Skitarii burned in place to hold a flank already gone. Beneath that dead sun of alien light and warp glare, the null march ended. What remained was a running execution. The last road to the throne did not remain a road. It writhed. The imperial host fell back through architecture that no longer pretended loyalty even to its own ancient laws. Black avenues that had once held still beneath the Emperor's passage now twisted in real time under the pressure of the retreat. Walls turned from smooth alien crystal into translucent nerve flesh, through which pulses of red light moved like pain made visible. Floors cracked without warning and yawned open into voids too deep for auspex to measure, swallowing the wounded before the men beside them could even seize a gauntlet or a sling strap. Distances lengthened with deliberate malice. A bridge only 50 paces long would become 500, while stretcher teams labored across it, forcing them to watch the far side recede, as if the Webway itself had scented weakness and chosen to feed on the slowest. Ra Endymion led what remained of his command through that living betrayal, with his helm displays half blinded by damage, blood drying under the seals of his plate, and the old notion of orderly withdrawal flayed out of him beyond recovery. Nothing ahead was stable. Nothing behind was secure. The route toward the Terran breach had ceased to be a mapped line and become instead a succession of choices made under murder pressure. Which wounded to drag, which gun teams to leave, which firing nest to strip for ammunition and then collapse, which bridges to cross first, knowing the last files would never make the transit before demolition. Every decision cut, every decision accused, yet indecision killed faster than guilt. Named custodians died one by one, as though some intelligence deeper than ordinary battlefield slaughter had begun selecting the Emperor's circle for ritual unmaking. Helios Var fell in the Hall of Refractions, where every polished wall reflected 10 futures of his death before the true one arrived. He saw the wrong strike, parried the wrong angle, and took the real blow through the eye lens and out the back of the skull in a burst of white bone and red vapor. Cassian Holt died on a black causeway, when the paving opened into a ring of fanged mouths around his greaves and held him one heartbeat too long for the tide behind to overrun him. Men Odell, who had once stood vigil outside the master's private sancta for a full decade without error, was found kneeling upright beside a shattered pylon, every seam in his armor split, and his blood frozen in intricate symbols around him, as if the enemy had used his death to write a lesson no human hand should learn to read. Tharon Cord lost both arms, killing a greater horror at a retreat gate, and still tried to shoulder charge a second before a rain of black spears stitched him to the wall. There was pattern in it. That was what made it obscene. Not merely casualties among the 10,000, but a slow, deliberate peeling away of those few beings crafted to stand nearest the Emperor's light. Ra felt it each time another name vanished from command traffic. The enemy was no longer just killing defenders. It was unmaking a circle around a throne. The thought made no difference to the immediate mechanics of survival, so he buried it under command. At the broken district of Silent Vermilion, he made the decision he would once have judged Diocletian for making. A rear egress lane had narrowed into a single intact transit mouth beneath a sagging span of black crystal. Thousands of wounded and remnant auxilia still crowded the far side, trying to reach the mouth, while demon pressure surged through the district behind them, and the support pylons trembled on the edge of collapse. If the transit mouth remained open for full evacuation, the enemy would overtake the line and pour straight into the next arterial segment before demolition charges could seal it. If he triggered the charges now, entire regiments and at least 2 Medici caravans would be trapped beyond rescue. The tactical slate in his helm told him what to do. The screams over the Vox told him what it meant. A junior officer from the stranded side broke through the channel chaos, his voice so raw with smoke and terror, it barely resembled speech. "My lord, hold the mouth. Another 3 minutes. We can move another 3,000 through." Ra looked at the charge timer. He looked at the tide of black-red motion closing through the avenues behind the officer's position. He saw, in one of the stuttering reflections on the cracked wall, the future in which he waited, and lost the route entire. "Negative," he said. The officer did not understand at first. "Lord, collapse on my mark." Silence hit the channel for one impossible heartbeat, then pleading, then curses, then prayer, then men shouting unit names into the Vox as if naming themselves before death still carried some power to arrest it. Ra set the timer himself. When the gate blew, the transit mouth folded inward with a shriek of breaking harmonics and a sunburst of white fire. The trapped companies vanished behind the implosion. Their last transmissions filled the command net in overlapping layers, prayers to the Emperor, curses for being left, calls to mothers long dead, one man laughing until static took him, another calmly reciting his regiment's founding oath while the world ended around him. Then the channel died. Ra did not speak for several breaths afterward, because there was nothing left to say that was not Diocletian's language wearing his mouth. Archenland worked through the same ruin from a different altitude of disgust. He moved with a shrinking engineering train through the retreating rear sancta, scavenging whatever fragments of the Emperor's work could still be salvaged before each district was abandoned to collapse or demonic overrun. His servo-automata hauled crystal matrices, half-burned control cores, psycho-reactive lattice pieces, and data caskets packed with partial survey records ripped from doomed stations. Around him, the remains of the lower workforces lay in mounds too large to step around. Skinned adepts hung from ruptured conduits like offerings. Severed servo limbs slick with oil and blood clogged the access ways. One magos still twitched where he had been opened from chin to pelvis, mechadendrites rooted into a dead console, as if trying to preserve a final thread of data with his own dying nervous system. Land stepped over him and kept dictating extraction priorities. Leave the broken cranial arrays. Salvage the gate harmonic stack. No, not that one, you idiot. The other. If you touch the wrong spine, You will either erase 6 months of irreplaceable data or summon something even less welcome than your incompetence. An adept, face half flensed away by chemical burns, risked saying, "Archmagos, the route behind us is failing." "Everything is failing," Land snapped. "That is no reason to fail selectively." He hated what he was doing because each salvaged fragment was proof of how close the Emperor had once come to mastering the impossible. And each fragment was now being ripped free from a dream, collapsing into emergency doctrine and burial logic. Yet he kept taking what he could. If the road itself had to die, then at least its blueprints, scars, and surviving principles might be stolen from the grave. Retreat gates detonated in sequence behind and around them. One after another, the routes home were amputated. A tertiary lock near the Black Canals, a harmonic's throat beyond the bleak galleries, a transit spine connecting 3 outer districts to the central avenues. Each demolition trapped fresh bodies beyond rescue, thousands sometimes. In other places, millions, if the labor armies, attached support columns, and isolated garrison pockets, still fighting in sectors already half forgotten, were counted with honest cruelty. The Vox channels became a mausoleum of final speech. Some units begged for reversal orders long after the charges were set. Some cursed the palace, the war, the emperor, and the gods alike. Some only screamed. Others died better, if such a phrase still held any meaning. They called out kill counts. They saluted command nodes. They sang ancient regimental hymns until static ate the melody. A few simply transmitted weapons fire and nothing else. The surviving defenders no longer deceived themselves about the purpose of the war. No one below the palace was reclaiming the Webway now. No one was restoring a dream. The objective had narrowed to a single desperate truth: seal terror behind the retreat. Do not let the enemy ride the collapsing host into the throne world. Every district abandoned, every ally condemned behind a blast line, every machine set to overload rather than extraction served that one end. The war beneath the palace had become an amputation. The limb was already rotten. The knife now moved only to keep the poison from reaching the heart. The Emperor understood that before any of them. He fought as if the knowledge had become motion. Again and again he appeared where the collapse threatened total breach. At the shattered trine, where a demon mass had flooded a retreat artery thick enough to climb its own dead to the vault roof, he stepped to the front and unleashed psychic devastation on a scale that stripped comprehension from those who saw it. Light did not merely flash. It became a regime unto itself. The black paving charred white under the pressure of it. Whole demon tides, atomized where they stood, reduced to drifting ash and incandescent residue that smeared the walls like the afterimage of a curse burned out of reality. Stone cracked. Crystal screamed. Even the custodians nearest him staggered afterward, half blinded by reflected brilliance, helm displays gone white with overload, retinal augmetics in mortal troops burning out outright. At the 9th return gate, he raised one hand toward a district already black with the oncoming swarm, and for an instant the entire avenue ceased to exist in ordinary terms. When vision returned, nothing lived there save the Emperor's own advancing line. Every enemy body, every warp growth, every blood rune and reflected mouth had been scoured away, leaving a trench of fused stone and smoking air. Yet each miracle only deepened the horror. Even this could not win. It could only delay. That truth bit hardest. After every impossible display, because if such acts merely bought hours, then the scale of the thing opposing terror had already broken past any language of conquest. The master of mankind spent himself like a star forced through a gun barrel, and still the best result available was time. More room to run, one more gate to blow, one more line to hold before another had to be sacrificed. Valdor saw the arithmetic as cleanly as anyone alive. When the final consolidation order came, no one misheard its meaning. The Captain General's image flickered across surviving command relays, his face greyed by exhaustion under blood and soot, his voice stripped to pure iron. All remaining formations converge on the homeward route. No detached actions beyond immediate recovery of command assets, no local heroics, no independent stands. Everything falls inward now. We build one road to the breach, and we hold it until the seal is made, or we die where we stand. The order crossed the retreat, like a funeral bell. Ra relayed it to the remnants of 3 shattered shield companies, 2 null cadres, and whatever mortal and mechanicum elements had not yet been chewed into formless ruin by the roads behind them. They moved toward the designated convergence under pressure so constant that walking and fighting became indistinguishable. Diocletian's sectors bled in from the east, smaller and harder than before, his warriors moving with the terrible mechanical certainty of men who had already accepted every necessary atrocity and no longer spent thought distinguishing between them. Land's salvage train limped toward the same route, fewer carts than before, more data caskets strapped to corpse haulers and ammunition sledges where the original transport had burned or fallen. Somewhere ahead, Kroll's surviving sisters were already establishing the final null spine around which the last stand would form. Every surviving formation understood what approached. The next stand would decide whether Terra lived long enough to be besieged at all. No one said it. No one needed to. The final road widened before them at last, a great arterial way sloping toward the Terran breach through a district blasted half to ruin by previous fighting and current demolition. The walls still sweated red light from old injuries. The paving was carpeted in ash, shell casings, black gore, and the crushed dead. Gun nests sprang up along both flanks. Last munitions were distributed. Wounded who could still fire were laid into barricade recesses with weapons braced over piles of bodies. The sisters planted themselves at the line's heart, making a corridor of deadened reality around which the final architecture of resistance assembled. Ra took position near Valdor with what remained of his command and looked down the road into the dark. The enemy came, of course, great tides of it, innumerable and shrieking, walls of claw and hunger surging toward the homeward route because instinct knew prey was cornered. Heavy guns began their work. Guardian spears spat white fire. The sisters held the corridor against the first impacts. Mortals died by hundreds merely in the opening exchange. The Emperor walked the central line, and the road itself seemed to harden under his tread. Then the pressure changed. The lesser demons did not halt. They did something worse. They shifted. They crowded aside even as they attacked, opening a path through their own mass like scavengers, making way for the arrival of some greater carrion king. The darkness ahead thickened without increasing in visible number. It was as if a concept approached, and the enemy flesh around it struggled to decide whether to worship, flee, or feed. Ra felt cold move through plate and gene-crafted bone alike. Across the line, helms turned. Sisters tightened their stance. Valdor's spear lowered by a fraction. Even the guns seemed, for one impossible heartbeat, to diminish in significance. Through the carnage, through drifting ash and columns of black smoke, through heaps of dead enough to mound the road, the ancient murder demon came on toward the Emperor himself. The battlefield around the homeward route ceased to obey the categories by which war had once been understood. Gold armor, black blood, burning ash, and unreal darkness merged into a single apocalyptic wound. The road no longer looked built. It looked flayed. The paving ran with blood so thick it hid the black stone beneath, while the walls on either side shivered between alien crystal and exposed nerve flesh streaked with red luminescence. Heavy guns fired until their barrels sagged. Demon corpses burst and dissolved in hissing piles, only for more of their kind to swarm over the smoking remains. Above it all, the vault glowed with a dead and sour light, as if some murdered son had been nailed high overhead and left there to rot. Then the thing came forward through its own kind. The lesser demons shrank from it even while they hurled themselves at the imperial line. That was the first truth of its approach. Not obedience, not worship, instinct, the animal need of predators making way for something older, colder, and more absolute in its violence. They parted and surged around it at once, frenzied by proximity, eager to die before it touched them, eager perhaps to be near the principle that gave their own hungers shape. Ra Endymion saw it through a storm of bolt detonation and atomized gore, and still seeing did not mean understanding. The entity would not remain one thing long enough to be named properly. It moved as a man-shaped darkness, and then as a beast, hunched on clawed limbs, then as a vertical wound in the world from which old blood dripped upward instead of down, then as a blade walking on its own edge, then as an absence in the air around which every shadow bent. Its face was accusation made flesh. At one instant, it wore a butcher's grin. At the next, it was all hollowness and black teeth. Then it showed no face at all, only the cut where a face should have been, split wide enough to suggest that murder itself had opened there and never closed. The Emperor advanced to meet it. There was no roar from him, no proclamation. The master of mankind walked into that collapsing abstraction with his sword bright in his hand and the last human road to terror behind him, and in his stride was the weight of every law, every city, every oath, every empire that had ever attempted to rise above the first crude lesson of the knife. The radiance around him forced the nearest demons to ash before they even entered reach. The road hardened under his tread, though the black stone cracked and smoked, as if the strain of hosting such a presence was itself a torment. Ra understood in that instant that this was not a duel, no contest of champions, no noble crossing of blades. The Emperor did not face a creature alone. He faced a truth dragged from the root of humanity's oldest crime. The first time one human hand had slain another and found dominion in the act. Something had been born in the dark beneath thought. That wound had grown in the warp through every age since. It had learned kingship from tyrants, appetite from conquerors, patience from ruins. It had become the conceptual blade against all empire, the thing that waits under every crown and whispers that all dominion ends in blood. The Emperor met it as a god tries to strangle inevitability. The first clash tore the battlefield wider. His blade came down in a line of white-gold annihilation that should have split any material foe from crown to heel. The entity received the blow as beast, blade, and wound at once. For a heartbeat it seemed severed. Then the cut opened instead across the paving 20 paces away, ripping the road into a trench of black light and red spray. The darkness answered with a strike too swift for mortal sense. It did not cut at the Emperor alone. It cut at the fact of his standing there. The air before him split. Blood appeared in the void and hung frozen in symbols before the wound on his armor existed to explain it. Custodians threw themselves into the gap. They did it with the totality of what they were, without hope of personal triumph, without even the poor comfort of believing their intervention would be remembered by those above. They moved because the master of mankind was one step from the oldest accusation in human existence, and because there is no greater command for a custodian than to interpose flesh and gene-wrought perfection between his lord and the blade. They were butchered in moments. Valerian Anthis struck first, guardian spear leveled, only for the darkness to become a jagged mouth opening along the length of his shaft. The weapon vanished into it, and then so did both his arms up to the shoulder. He did not cry out. He lunged bodily instead, trying to take the thing with his mass. A line of black appeared across his torso, the upper. Half of him slid away from the lower in a red wash of organs and steaming marrow. Jaster Hecaton met its shield first and was split open from throat to groin so perfectly that his two halves remained standing for a heartbeat before collapsing. Corvin Wright fired at point-blank range, his bolt discharge turning one of the demon's shifting faces into cinders, only to have his own skull burst apart from within, as if the shot had ricocheted through some older lore and come back home to claim him. They bought only heartbeats. Those heartbeats became the measure of civilization's survival. Valdor reached the fringe of the clash and understood that instantly. Close the path, he voxed. Buy lives if nothing else. The companions obeyed. So did the sisters. So did the mortal troops who heard the command and could still move. Men died to slow angles of attack. Null maidens drove black corridors into the edge of the impossible duel, so that reality would hold its shape for 1 second longer. Skitarii advanced into white-hot backlash and simply came apart where they stood, their metal skeletons glowing red through the flensed ruin of flesh. Human soldiers fired until their weapons burst in their hands, then drew bayonets and climbed over heaps of dead to stab demons they could barely see. At the center of all that slaughter, the Emperor and the first murder closed on one another again and again. The thing became blade and slashed at him from every direction at once. He became radiance and dominion, forcing shape upon it by the sheer brutality of his will. It lunged as a beast, and he caught it by the throat of its shifting anatomy and drove it backward through a pylon that atomized on contact. It bled darkness and old red into the air, and where those drops fell, warriors of both sides opened in matching wounds. It spoke then, not in words, but in truths. Every empire dies. Every father is answered by a son with a weapon. Every law begins in force and ends in the knife. The battlefield heard it even when no ears should have. The Emperor answered with silence and violence. But even he knew. Ra saw it in the set of his features between one exchange and the next, in the terrible calculus behind eyes that had measured species and stars and found no easier path. This thing could not be truly slain. Not there. Not by force alone. One does not kill the first murder as one kills a warlord or a beast. It could be mastered, bound, displaced, imprisoned in another shape at catastrophic cost. Nothing cleaner remained. Then the Emperor turned his gaze upon Ra. Across the storm of light, blood, and screaming dark, that single glance struck harder than any weapon. Ra had stood in the Master's presence 1,000 times, and understood duty as only the custodes can understand it. Never had the burden of being seen by him felt like this. There was no praise in it, no fatherly warmth, no exaltation, only selection. A hand reaching into destiny and deciding which life must be made into a chain. Ra. He went at once, cutting through 2 demons and a spilling sheet of black blood to reach the center. His armor smoked from psychic heat. His guardian spear felt suddenly light, almost irrelevant in his hands. The Emperor's radiance caged the demon for one impossible instant. It writhed in that prison as blade, beast, mouth, void, every form half collapsing into the next. Rage and mirth and something like ancient familiarity twisted together inside its shifting outline. Ra knelt without thinking. Even in such a moment, that reflex remained. The Emperor spoke with all tenderness burned away by necessity. "Take this from me." Ra looked up. For the first time in all his service, he did not at once understand the order. Not because the words were unclear, because their meaning was monstrous. "My lord!" "Take it." The Master's voice became the pressure holding the universe to its rails. "Run. Do not stop. Do not turn. Do not die." There was no comfort in it, no explanation, no assurance that the burden could be borne. Only purpose sharpened into obligation. The thing screamed as the Emperor forced it down, not into earth, not into metal, but into a prison that required living will and living flesh to remain complete. Power like white-hot iron drove through Ra's arms and spine. Something colder than the deepest void, and older than any human kingdom, plunged into him and around him at once, binding itself across his soul, his armor, his every hidden seam. He felt a blade of impossible night fold itself along his spirit, like a parasite embracing bone. For a heartbeat, he was no longer a custodian on a battlefield beneath terror. He was every murdered brother, every knife in the dark, every city gate broken by treachery, every empire brought low because one hand had once learned how to kill another and loved the lesson too well. He roared then, not in fear, though fear was there, but in the agony of being made a jailer for something that hated all walls. The Emperor struck him across the breastplate with an open palm. The blow drove him backward out of the heart of the clash, hurled him through light and screaming blood into the arms of two companions who caught him by reflex alone. Valdor was there an instant later, taking in the Emperor's expression, the darkness writhing now bound to Ra in ways no honest eye could fully trace, and the truth of the command. "Get him to the gate," the Captain General said. Ra fought them at first, not consciously. The thing inside and upon him fought, trying to turn him back toward the Emperor, toward the blade, toward the unanswerable culmination of the war. He bit through his own tongue before he mastered enough of himself to stand. Blood filled his mouth. The taste helped. It reminded him he was still flesh, still Ra, still in service. He ran. Around him, the battlefield became a slaughter corridor built from sacrifice. Custodians died to keep one lane open. Sisters cut black paths through the swelling tide. Mortals fired from piles of bodies and vanished under claws a heartbeat later. Diocletian took control of the extraction with the same inhuman efficiency that had once revolted Ra, and now was all that kept the root from dissolving. He marked sectors for abandonment, ordered charges primed, and executed the contaminated without pause. Valdor organized the withdrawal not as a maneuver, but as the deliberate amputation of an empire's severed limb. Columns were not preserved. They were cut free. Rearguards were not reinforced. They were spent. Blow the eastern gate when the third file clears. The fourth file contains wounded companions. Then the wounded companions die eastern. That was the tone now. No lie left to soften it. Ra ran through slaughter, carrying the bound horror within and upon him. Every step hurt in ways his gene-forged body had no language for. The demon scraped at the inside of him, searching for memory to poison, oaths to rot, seams in obedience through which it could slip a knife. Reflections on the walls showed him wearing a crown of blades. The dead spoke from behind him in the voices of men he had loved as brothers. His own shadow tried twice to turn and strangle him. He kept running because the Emperor had said run, and because obedience was the only wall he possessed that the thing had not helped build at the dawn of murder. Behind him, his brothers died buying distance. He heard them over the Vox and through the road itself. A companion calling out his last kill count before static took him. A sister's bodyguard file reporting the collapse of a null flank, one clipped signal at a time. Human officers requesting sanction for terminal stands and being granted it with no ceremony. Somewhere behind all of it, the Emperor still fought, holding the center long enough for the gateward contraction to continue. Each flash of white gold radiance behind Ra's back felt like a star being hammered thinner. The final gate loomed ahead at last, red and raw and terrible, the Terran breach framed in broken wards and smoke. Beyond it lay the secret underworks of the palace. Beyond that, the throne world. Home, if that word still applied to the place to which men now fled, carrying the ruin of humanity's first murder, inside one of their own. Valdor crossed the threshold in the last sequence of the extraction, blood to the elbows, cloak in ribbons. Diocletian came through beside a collapsing knot of surviving Custodes and Scutari, turning even as he moved to fire one last burst into the faces of demons reaching the gate mouth. Land stumbled over the line with 2 servo-haulers dragging salvaged data caskets and a broken crystal spine that might once have been part of the Emperor's dream. Kroll's remaining sisters withdrew in grim fragments, their numbers shattered, their silence somehow more terrible for being thinner. Ra crossed with the thing clawing at the inside of his soul. Then the final gate was sealed. The charges went in a chain of white fire and collapsing harmonics. The breach howled. The gate's architecture folded in on itself. Alien brilliance and imperial demolition doctrine mating in one last catastrophic act. The opening shrank, shivered, and became a scar of radiance. For one final heartbeat, Ra saw the dark beyond, crowded with uncounted armies still fighting, dying, or simply stranded in that impossible empire of roads. Custodians, sisters, Scutari, labor armies, auxilia, entire formations beyond counting, abandoned to the black depths because there was no longer any route by which they could be saved. Then the scar closed. Silence hit like a weapon. On the Terran side of the seal, the survivors staggered, bled, choked, and stared at the place where the road back into hell had been amputated from reality. Behind that sealed wound, innumerable armies still lived and died in the dark. No honor guard would recover them. No monument on Terra would speak their names. They had been left beyond the last gate, because the throne world itself had to be sealed behind what little remained. Ra dropped to one knee, the bound horror writhing in invisible coils around him. The war in the Webway was not over. It had only been locked out, and the price breathed with him now. When the Emperor returned to the Golden Throne, he did not return as a master resuming his rightful seat. He returned as a sovereign carried toward a prison built from his own broken dream. The processional way through the innermost sancta had been cleared of all but the necessary. No heralds, no witnessing order, no honor guard save those 2 indispensable to be excluded. The corridors shone in the cold light of emergency lumens and the reflected pallor of overtaxed machine shrines. The air smelled of hot metal, ozone, old incense, and blood so recently spilled that its iron tang still floated warm above the stones. Servitors lined the walls in mute rows, half their sensor arrays blown blind by feedback from the war below, motionless now, except for the occasional tremor passing through overloaded augmetic limbs. The palace itself seemed to know what came, and had settled into a strained, listening stillness. The Emperor walked at the center of that silence. Blood darkened his armor in places where no blood should ever have been permitted to stain it. Some of it was his. Most who saw that truth looked down at once, not from delicacy, but because the sight of it felt like treason against the natural order. The white gold radiance around him remained, but it no longer expanded with the unconcern of divinity. It burned tighter now, drawn in close, as if the work of holding it had itself become labor. His face retained all the terrible beauty of command, all the severity that had built empires, yet something had altered there in ways no court, artisan would ever dare record. He looked not diminished, for such a word belonged to smaller beings, but burdened into a new shape. A man might return from battle and carry the memory of wounds. The Emperor returned carrying a sentence. Valdor walked near him, helm under one arm, face emptied of everything but function. The Captain General's armor was scored, cracked, and blackened in 100 places. One shoulder guard bore a rent deep enough to show the inner workings beneath the gold. His cloak had been reduced to torn lengths, stiff with blood and ash. Yet none of that marked him so severely as the stillness he now inhabited. He had always been a hard being. Now he seemed mineral in his restraint, carved by pressure into something even less willing to yield. Malcador waited before the throne dais, with his staff planted at his side, and one hand resting against the carved black rail, as if the stone itself were the only thing still keeping the old man upright. He did not kneel when the Emperor approached. He bowed his head in the smallest possible measure, and then looked up, because there are very few servants in history permitted to meet such a gaze after disaster and live. Nothing ceremonial passed between them. The throne loomed behind Malcador in all its impossible majesty and new horror. It had once been the apex of human ambition, clothed in machinery and runecraft, an engine of transcendence tied to a project meant to free the species from its oldest weakness. Now, it looked like an altar assembled by necessity around a wound. Cables thick as a man's torso hung in loops and coils like the exposed entrails of some titan disemboweled, but not yet dead. Psi-conductive arrays glowed too hot behind adamant screens. Auxiliary reactors throbbed with overstrain. Choir chambers hummed with weakened, failing harmonics. Every system carried the look of something pushed past intended design, and then forced to continue because extinction offered no acceptable alternative. The Emperor mounted the dais in silence. For a heartbeat, he stood before the golden throne and looked upon it as one might look upon a beloved engine transformed into a chain. Then he seated himself, and the machinery took hold with a violence it no longer bothered to hide. Conduits flared, restraint fields ignited, light knifed through the chamber in blinding pulses. Tech adepts built into the attendant stations convulsed as fresh loads slammed through systems that had not fully cooled since his last enthronement. The great device drank his presence and locked around it. Malcador saw it at once. So did Valdor. The Emperor was no longer merely wielding the throne. He was inside it now in a truer sense than ever before. Anchored, burdened, claimed. The hidden interface shrines came alive in sequence. Red warnings turned white, then amber, then settled into a malignant pattern of constant emergency that no prayer of correction could erase. The psychic seal beneath the palace hardened. The silent scar, where the Webway breach had been amputated, quivered somewhere far below in response to the throne's renewed burden. Across the lower sancta, warding systems reoriented around permanence rather than crisis. The machine had adapted to catastrophe, and in doing so, had begun to define its master by it. Arkan Land watched from an elevated data station with the cold fascination of a man who despised what he understood. He had been among the first summoned to review the post-engagement load distribution, the stress tolerances, the damaged systems, the emergency reroutings already becoming permanent architecture. Now he watched noospheric flows climb into grotesque, unprecedented patterns, and knew that all his earlier suspicions had been too modest by half. The Golden Throne was no longer a throne in the old strategic sense. It was becoming a life support engine and seal mechanism, a colossal prison of function, one that required not only the Emperor's presence, but increasingly his continuous suffering to preserve the boundaries beneath the palace. Land found no satisfaction in being correct. He turned from the diagnostics long enough to glance at the master of mankind upon that tortured seat, and understood with cold, revolted clarity that the dream had inverted. The Emperor had sought to lift mankind above dependence on the warp. Now all that remained was the endless labor of keeping the warp from swallowing mankind whole. A ladder had become a barricade. An instrument of emancipation had become the lock on a crypt. Mechanicum adepts descended upon the task with all the pitiless reverence of their kind. New support braces were installed beneath already stressed manifolds. Secondary coolant channels were bored through chambers no original designer had intended to mutilate. Arrays built for temporary emergency synchronization were sanctified for long-term use. Catastrophe became blueprint. Desperation became doctrine. The adepts called it adaptation because no priesthood willingly confesses to desecration while performing it. Land called it what it was in the privacy of his own thoughts, mutilation with sacred tools. He spent the next hours knee-deep in the practical consequences of it. Crystal lattice segments recovered from the Webway had to be either incorporated into the altered architecture or destroyed, lest they destabilize the seal. Entire pages of old interface logic had to be discarded because they belonged to a future no longer reachable. Tech priests who had spent decades in service to one vision of the project now found themselves instructed to help construct its coffin while pretending it remained alive in a holier form. Few complained aloud, those who did not last long near Valdor. The Captain General left the throne chamber only once the immediate stabilization protocols were running, and the first cycle of emergency modifications had been accepted by the machine spirits in smoke, blood, and Binharic prayer. He found Malcador in a lead-lined side hall where no audience could overhear them, and no recording shrine would preserve the exchange for any later age to misinterpret. For several breaths, neither man spoke. At last, Malcador said, "It is dead." Valdor did not ask what he meant. The words required no clarification between them. "The project," the Sigillite continued. His voice was flat with exhaustion and a private grief too old and disciplined to become any outward spectacle. Not damaged, not delayed, dead. Whatever fragmentary use may still be wrung from the surviving systems, the design itself is dead. The future, it promised, died with it. Valdor stared at the floor for a moment, not because he sought avoidance, but because only there could the gaze rest without encountering another symbol of what had been lost. "Then we bury it." "We bury the truth of it," Malcador said. "The machinery will remain. Some of the records will remain. The necessity will remain. But the dream itself must be interred so deeply that even those standing above its grave never know its name." A bitter silence settled after that. It belonged there. "The billions above us," Valdor said at last, "will never know what died beneath their feet." "They cannot," Malcador answered. "If they know, panic blooms. Questions bloom with it. Then cults. Then blame. Then the long corruption of a loss no one is equipped to bear." Valdor's face did not alter, but something in the set of his mouth hardened further still. "So we save them with ignorance. We save what can still be saved," the old man said. "The difference has become academic. It was decided there, in that unadorned corridor, and others like it, over the following hours, that the hidden war under the palace would be buried under layers of secrecy, so absolute that the Imperium above would carry on blind to the amputation beneath it. Records were locked. Witness rosters were thinned. Labor survivors were separated by function and contamination index. Whole sectors of the lower archives were sealed. Casualty rolls for lost armies were dispersed into other ledgers or annihilated outright. The war that had doomed the Emperor's greatest civilizational ambition would become a silence maintained by terror, necessity, and bureaucratic murder. Below those decisions, the survivors counted their dead. The custodes did so without lamentation in the old ceremonial style, because the war had burned even their grief into a harsher shape. They assembled in armor sanctums, triage courts, transit halls, and wherever enough of them still stood to make a count meaningful. Names were spoken, gene lines were marked. Armor fragments were paired with bodies where bodies remained. In many cases, only warplate had returned, empty or containing ruin too complete to distinguish by face. The rolls had become long enough that even the most disciplined listeners felt the shape of absence as a pressure in the room. The 10,000 had not simply been reduced in number. They had been altered in spirit, no longer untouched exemplars pacing the Emperor's halls, as if history itself had arranged around their confidence. Now, they were veterans of hell. They had seen the dream under the palace split open. They had abandoned brothers beyond the final gate. They had watched one of their own become jailer to a metaphysical abomination, and could offer him no brotherhood sufficient to that burden. Ra Endymion understood that better than any. He was held in a sealed vault near the throne sancta, not as a prisoner in the criminal sense, but because no other term adequately described what caution demanded around him. Custodians stood watch outside. Sisters of Silence maintained a constant presence in the adjoining chambers. Medici servitors had attempted assessments and withdrawn after recording readings that satisfied no existing category of biology or psychic contamination. Ra remained himself. That was the worst and best of it. He could speak, he could obey, he could hold his own thoughts in ordered ranks when fully awake. Yet there was always another presence in the room with him, whether or not any sensor could track it. Reflections trembled when he passed. Blood on his own knuckles sometimes formed symbols before drying. His shadow lagged half a heartbeat behind his motion. He did not ask for release. He did not ask for pity. A custodian who has been given a burden by the Emperor does not call it injustice merely because it hurts beyond language. The Silent Sisterhood withdrew in their own fashion, which was to say, without spectacle and with losses recorded more faithfully in absence than in speech. Their shattered cadres passed from the lower war zones into segregated sancta deeper in the palace, where the wounded could be tended and the living reorganized around what remained. Some of their finest had died in the Null March and the final extraction, not to win any redemptive triumph, but to buy mankind one more age of suffering under a sky that would never know their names. Kroll moved through those diminished remnants like a blade that had lost chips from its edge and become no less dangerous for the damage. If grief touched her, it did so in ways the sighted could not read. Yet even the custodes watched her and her survivors with a new gravity, born not of courtesy, but of proven dependence. No one who had lived through the retreat could imagine pretending again that the war beneath Terra had been held by gold alone. Valdor carried his own transformation more subtly, though perhaps more completely. He moved through the palace afterward, as though every corridor had become narrower and every duty more absolute. There was no more room in him for speculation, for the old reserve between thought and command. He now knew with unshakable certainty that every campaign yet to come in the wider heresy would be fought with the Emperor chained to the throne behind him. Whatever armies musters could be raised, whatever fleets the loyalists could gather, whatever fortifications Terra could still build, all of it would be undertaken in the knowledge that the master of mankind could not stride forth to lead them. The finest blade in existence had been nailed to a machine. That realization made Valdor harder in ways even his oldest brothers found difficult to meet. Malcador, meanwhile, turned his mind toward the next disaster, because that was the only mercy left to statesmen in an age like this. Horus would come. Of that, there was no longer any doubt worth entertaining. The War Master would bring the broken galaxy to Terra sooner or later, and the Imperium would receive him diminished before the siege had even begun. Its hidden salvation was dead. Its Emperor was enthroned as warden and victim. Its guardians were bloodied. Its silent null legions were shattered. Its logistics had consumed millions beneath the palace before the world above ever saw the first shell of the true siege. The Sigillite began preparing for that future with the same exhausted honesty he had shown Valdor in private. New command redundancies were established. Emergency powers were codified around the throne's restrictions. Astropathic burdens were recalculated without reference to any surviving Webway advantage. Hidden caches were moved. Defensive timetables were rewritten. In chamber after chamber across the palace, men bent over slates and star maps, planning for the coming assault, while carrying in silence the knowledge that the Imperium would face it already amputated. Above ground, Terra mobilized. The throne world swelled with troops, guns, prayer, industry, and dread. Macro batteries rose on bastion lines. Void shield arrays were tested to shrieking overpressure. Convoys rolled day and night through processional avenues now clogged with munitions trains and labor drafts. Regiment after regiment paraded under banners and oaths before being marched to mustering fields or buried fortresses. Civilians looked skyward at the traffic of warships above and guessed at the scale of the threat still gathering beyond the Sol system. Priests shouted, bureaucrats calculated, workers starved and kept building. The whole world drew breath for siege, and beneath all of it, in sealed chambers under miles of adamant, the greatest hope of mankind had already been murdered. No bell tolled for that death. No proclamation named it. No public rite commemorated the end of the species' dream. The billions above went on laboring, fearing, praying, and preparing in ignorance absolute. They knew they were threatened by Horus, by treason, by the wars of men and demigods across the stars. They did not know that beneath their feet a deeper catastrophe had already concluded. They did not know that the road by which mankind might have stepped beyond the warp was gone, not to enemy, artillery or Xeno's cunning, but to pride, sorcery, blood, and the oldest violence in the human soul. The palace kept its secret, the throne kept its prisoner, and terror, brilliant and doomed under the weight of its own preparations, readied itself for a siege, without ever understanding that the first and truest defeat had happened below, in darkness, where no sunlight would ever reach the grave of the Emperor's dream. There was no victory feast beneath the imperial palace. No triumphal procession moved through the blood-washed galleries of the hidden war. No rolls of honor were read before assembled multitudes. No banners were lifted over the places where millions had died unknown. The aftermath came instead, as labor, silence, and the slow, formal burial of a dream too dangerous to be named aloud. Men cleaned what could be cleaned, burned what could not, sealed vaults, falsified records, counted the living with the same hard discipline they had once reserved for counting the dead, because after the war in the Webway, even survival felt like a mistake in need of verification. The palace settled around its wound, with all the grace of a giant, learning to stand after having one leg hacked away. Deep below the sancta, where the emperor endured upon the golden throne, whole sectors of the lower labyrinth were closed behind barriers of lead, sigil stone, warding iron, and kill orders. Transit routes once intended for the movement of workers, engines, and hidden materials were remapped into security spirals and dead ends. Chambers that had once housed the machinery of transcendence now held garrisons, listening shrines, null watchposts, and demolition charges primed to obliterate entire districts should the sealed dark ever split anew. In some places, the walls still wept red light through the seams. In others, men reported hearing nails scratch from the far side of reality with patient, thoughtful rhythm. Nothing public was said. Nothing public would ever be said. The dead were recorded where possible and erased where necessary. Labor armies that had been marched below the palace never returned to any role of citizenship. Regiments spent in the breach sectors vanished into amended archives and misdirected casualty ledgers. Tech adepts were reduced to equipment loss. Skitari cohorts were listed under strategic attrition without theater designation. Even among the custodes, names were spoken only within circles narrow enough to be trusted. The hidden war became a tomb built from a mission. Constantine Valdor moved through that tomb like a ghost that had once believed in certainty. He still commanded, more precisely than ever, if anything. Orders left him with the same cold authority they always had. Muster allocations, lower sancta patrol rosters, survivorship quarantines, weapon redistributions, and the first overlap plans for the coming siege of Terra all fell under his hand and bore the mark of his will. Yet those who knew him best saw the change immediately and did not speak of it because the change had no cure in speech. Before the Webway War, Valdor had been a blade placed at the edge of history, certain in purpose, if not in every outcome. Now he walked the palace with the bearing of a man who understood that every remaining plan was reactive, narrower, and bloodier than the one the Emperor had first intended. There would be no great redirection of the species away from the warp, no hidden road to a cleaner destiny. Every campaign still to come would be fought from loss, not design. Horus would come to Terra, and the Imperium would meet him not with the architecture of a new age, but with barricades raised around an old failure made permanent. That knowledge hollowed something in him, and replaced it with mineral hardness. He paused once in a processional hall, high above the sealed lower roots, and looked out through armored glass at the distant furnace glow of Terran industry. Convoys crawled across the horizon. Defense towers rose among hive stacks. Gun emplacements turned in slow machine prayer toward the void where the enemy would one day appear. The whole world was preparing for war with visible devotion. They think this is the first wall, he thought. It was not bitterness. Bitterness would have implied surprise. This was worse. It was acceptance. Malcador kept moving because old men who stop in ages like these become ruins before they die. He worked in chambers lined with maps, casualty estimates, astropathic burdens, reserve schedules, and doctrinal revisions. His attendants came and went in tired silence. Cipher clerks slept at their desks and woke to find more directives waiting. The sigillite had no leisure left for grief performed in any generous shape. Yet grief was with him constantly now, made sharper by the irony he alone seemed willing to look at in full. The Imperium would survive, if it survived, only through the very warp dependence the Webway project had been meant to end. He saw the centuries ahead in bitter outline, navigators still guiding ships through damnation because there was no alternative road, astropaths still burning out their souls to carry messages across nightmare, entire fleets and empires still vulnerable to storms, possession, corruption, and the predation of everything that lurked in the great ocean because mankind had missed, perhaps forever, its one real chance to step beyond all of that. The central contradiction of the age had become its sentence. To endure, humanity would cling more tightly than ever to the poisoned medium from which the Emperor had sought to free it. Malcador found no comfort in calculating such futures, but calculation remained one of the few honest acts left to him. He visited the throne often. No visitor entered that chamber now without understanding, whether consciously or not, that it had ceased to be a seat in any celebratory sense. The Golden Throne no longer resembled the engine of a glorious hidden project awaiting completion. It was altar, engine, wound, and prison at once. Its cables hung like the exposed innards of a god machine kept alive by violence. Its attendant shrines pulsed with constant emergency liturgies. Conduits bled radiance through adamant housings. Tech priests moved in ritual fear among systems that had been reconfigured into permanence by catastrophe. At its center sat the Emperor, and no honest eye could look upon him there and call it triumph. He kept the Imperium from immediate annihilation. That was true. He also sat chained to the mechanism of that prevention, no longer free in the way he had once intended to remain. He bore the burden of the seal beneath Terra through power. No other being could have survived for even a second, and still the cost showed. The throne kept him from acting as he once intended, because it required his unending presence to hold the wound closed. No public proclamation ever declared that fact. It needed none. The chamber itself declared it in every sparking relay, and every attendant who averted his eyes from the blood-dark marks where the master's hands rested. Archenland looked upon the machine and saw the murder of elegance. He spent his days turning transcendence into maintenance. That was the simplest, ugliest truth of his work now. Where once the systems under his care had fed toward possibility, they now fed toward containment. He modified, reinforced, recalibrated, stripped out damaged architectures tied to the dead future, and replaced them with scar logic fit only to keep the seal functioning. Salvaged fragments from the Webway, once pregnant with civilization-altering promise, became patch components in a permanent emergency mechanism. One cycle, after a run of sleepless labor, he stood before a control array half rebuilt from alien crystal and imperial brutality, and allowed himself the luxury of speaking aloud, because no one nearby possessed the courage or rank to answer him. "This was to have made us more than carrion balanced above an abyss," he said. A junior adept at the next station, face hidden behind brass grill and fresh scar tissue, said carefully, "Archmagos?" Land did not look at him. "Now it helps us remain carrion for one more age." He expected no reply, and received none worth keeping. Below all these works, custodian patrols continued through the sealed labyrinth. The war in the Webway had been locked out. It had not been ended. The lower sectors nearest the amputated breach remained haunted by pressure anomalies, impossible acoustics, failed geometry, and things that scratched from the edges of reality when the wards dipped in rhythm or the throne's load momentarily shifted. No public triumph would ever be declared there, because nothing clean enough to deserve triumph had occurred. Gold-armored squads descended into those sealed approaches with Sisters of Silence at their side, and walked roads still black with ancient blood, inspecting ward pylons, executing corrupted remnants, and listening for any change in the dark. They found evidence enough to keep them descending again. A wall in a dead transit vein split from within, and then sealed before the patrol could fully engage. A skinned servitor found kneeling in a chamber that had been empty on the previous sweep, its augmetic fingers spelling the same blood glyph over and over into dust. A dead Skitarius, half buried in collapsed rubble, whose Vox unit activated 3 weeks after recovery to repeat a single phrase in the voice of a custodian known to have died at the homeward route. In one vaulted gallery, a patrol found fresh claw marks scored through lead and sanctified iron, as though something on the other side of the seal had been testing the substance of human hope by the simple method of trying to tear it open. The 10,000 no longer entered such places as unblooded exemplars. They entered as men who had been to hell and recognized its handwriting. Among them, Ra Endymion vanished. Not immediately. There were orders to obey first, evaluations attempted, sealed councils convened. He was seen by Valdor, by Malcador, by the sisters assigned to stand nearest the chamber where he was kept. Arcan Land was permitted one careful inspection conducted through layers of null shielding and instrument mediation, after which he left with his mouth set in a line so hard it looked cut into his face. Ra remained himself. That was both miracle and indictment. He spoke rarely, ate little, slept less. When he did sleep, the walls around him bled shadow under the candlelight, and Mediki servitors recorded impossible fluctuations in heat, pressure, and psychoreactive residue. He spent long hours kneeling in silence, not in prayer precisely, but in the labor of remaining one thing when something older than history kept trying to teach him division. Sometimes he requested his spear and drilled alone until the chamber floor was slick with sweat and blood from his own reopened palms. Sometimes he sat motionless, while reflections around him moved a fraction too late. In the end, there was no place in the palace for him that was not also danger. The burden he carried had been entrusted, not offered. The emperor had not honored him with glory. He had sentenced him to purpose. The truth of that became clearer with every day he continued to endure. So one night, under orders sealed by the highest authorities remaining to issue such things, Ra departed with a silent escort into a depth of the imperial edifice not marked on any common archive. The sisters walked around him in black stillness. A handful of custodians followed at measured intervals. No farewell was spoken in the human fashion. No ceremony was afforded him. He went as he had fought, under command, into darkness, carrying what could not be allowed free. He disappeared into history there. Later ages would remember his kind, if they remembered them at all, as shining companions and nameless golden wardens. They would not know that one of them had become a living lock upon the oldest accusation in the species' soul. His future became one more wound concealed by imperial necessity. The palace swallowed his path and gave back no map. The imperial truth died its truest death, not in open sermons, not beneath rising temples, and not in any formal decree. It died here. It died in the silent acceptance that mankind's future would be ruled not by reason cleansed of superstition and warped fear, but by war, faith, secrecy, and sacrifice. It died when the greatest rational project of the age was sealed under lies, because the species could not be trusted with the knowledge of its loss. It died when the emperor, architect of a secular destiny, was chained to a throne that already invited awe too vast for any simple doctrine of enlightened rule to contain. It died when even the men who knew the truth chose silence over instruction, because survival demanded obedience more than understanding. No speech marked that death, no chronicle dated it. Yet from then onward, the Imperium moved with a new gravity, one leaning toward altar smoke and blood guilt as surely as toward bureaucracy and guns. One night, in a narrow strategium overlooking the lower ward maps, Valdor and Malcador stood together again without ceremony. The chamber was dim. Hololithic route markers glowed over a table scarred by hurried use. Far away, through layers of stone and machinery, the throne's burden could be felt as a pressure at the base of the skull. For a long time, they looked at the maps and said nothing. At last, Malcador asked, "Do you believe we won anything below?" Valdor's face remained in profile, hard and austere. "We prevented immediate extinction." The old man gave a small, exhausted smile without mirth. A precise answer, not the same as no. Valdor's eyes remained on the routes that no longer led anywhere but sealed dead ends. "We held the enemy from the throne world. And the project?" Valdor was silent. Malcador turned slightly toward him. In the dim chamber, his age showed harder than usual, not in weakness, but in the cost of memory. "Say it, Constantine." The Captain General's jaw tightened. For a heartbeat, he looked almost unwilling, which in him was akin to another man's grief laid bare. "We won the battle," he said at last, each word sounding cut rather than spoken. Only by losing the future it was meant to defend. Neither man moved after that. The line hung between them with the finality of a closing gate. Above them, terror never stopped. Its billions marched, prayed, labored, starved, obeyed, and died with the solemn industry of a species that mistook motion for security. Troop columns crossed processional avenues under banners and gunmetal skies. Manufactoria belched black smoke day and night as shells, hull plates, ration packs, laser gun components, and caskets of the dead rolled outward in endless supply chains. Pilgrims clustered before shrines and alcoves despite official doctrine, muttering prayers to the master of mankind in forms no censor could fully eradicate. Children were born in underhives and labor camps and siege barracks. Workers collapsed at their stations and were replaced before their bodies cooled. Fleet officers trained for void war. Garrison commanders rehearsed the defense of walls they believed to be the first and last line between humanity and oblivion. They never knew. They never knew the war which had truly doomed them had already been fought in darkness beneath their world. They never knew that the brightest possibility ever kindled for their species had been murdered under the palace in blood, pride, and secrecy. They never knew that the Emperor now sat upon an altar engine of torment because a hidden dream had failed and had to be buried under his own pain. The surviving patrols still walked below. The throne still burned above the sealed wound. The old murder still scratched from somewhere in the dark around a living jailer whose name the ages would lose. Horus still came. The warp still waited. The galaxy still turned through ruin. And buried under the imperial palace, In a sealed labyrinth of dead roads and amputated futures, the Emperor's greatest dream lay unseen in its grave. From that grave, only war endured.